Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Mas se calhar responderam, mas como tem máscara,
I guess you wanted to answer,
não se consegue ouvir.
it just wasn't audible
Eu
because
queria,
you're wearing
em
masks.
primeiro lugar, agradecer a presença de
First of
todos
all,
nesta
I want to thank you all for being in this conference or seminar
que vai falar sobre
that will
desenvolvimento
tackle
e integração
storage
da
and
rede.
integration of renewables in the network.
As renováveis,
It is known that renewables play a great role.
olhar para o caso de Moçambique,
Looking at the case of Mozambique
somos um país
specifically as a country, we are a hydro country,
5, 6 anos.
basically for 5-6 years. Then we embarked for natural gas.
O nosso balanço estamos em cerca de
Our balance is around 30% of natural gas and a great hydro part.
para cá,
And from 3-4 years,
começamos a ter a parte de renováveis.
we engaged on renewables. We had it in a low scale
No ano de verificação do recordo,
in the process of rectifying the treaty.
pioneira com
The Niassa province was pioneer with 1.5 megawatts.
digo pioneira porque são centrais que
I refer to it as pioneers because it had storage centers that were able to store and supply for 24 hours a day.
renováveis também.
We recently embarked on a renewable projects integrated into the network, the Mukuba Central,
Primeira de grande capacidade.
the first of great capacity.
Começou a dar salto qualitativo para Moçambique.
It improved and upgraded Mozambique qualitatively.
De grande capacidade. Pronto, agora estamos a embarcar numa outra era.
Now we are immigrating to a new era of storage, which is fundamental.
Renováveis fundamentalmente as lagos funcionam durante o dia quando
As renewable functions during daylight, and at night we need to have storage capacity.
vai ser relevante
Then this scenario will be relevant to discuss all these questions, starting from the regulating aspects and planning the method of electrical network with capacity to accommodate renewables, and most important, discuss financing.
da questão daqui que estamos aqui.
Likely, there are amongst us great thinkers and specialists in this field who will certainly participate, and others will contribute remotely.
Pronto, sem mais. Temos programa.
Well, without taking long, we have an opening program. I'm going to ask Engineer Marcelina, on behalf of the Ministry of Mineral Resources and Energy,
de energia e particularmente as renováveis. Engenheiro Marcelino, tem a palavra.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Madam President of LERI, President of MERI, representative of the European Union delegation in Mozambique, representatives of the Germany embassy in Mozambique, representatives of the Angola delegation. I would also like to send a special greeting to Engineer Augusto de Souza Fernandes, who honors us with his presence in this event as a spokesperson. Dear invitees, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor we take part in this event with the topic storage and integration of renewable energies in the national electrical network, an initiative we find to be very important and opportune. We thank for the invitation that was addressed to us by the Lusophone Association of Renewable Energies and the Mozambican Association of Renewable Energies, and we also greet the organization of this meeting, which is going to allow that we debate and exchange experience about a topic we find very important and modern. We acknowledge the country retains abundant renewable resources with emphasis on hydroelectric, natural gas, coal, potentiality in renewable energies, and that most of this potential is yet to be explored. The government of Mozambique has established as a priority renewable energies, which is essential for the diversification of the framework, which is going to influence that in 2013 renewable energies will be used, and this is contextualized in a national strategy of electrification approved in 2018, which goes in accordance with line 7 of the objectives of sustainable development. The government policy establishes these policies as a way to promote socio-economic development in the country, and it aims the continuous increase of availability to answer the diversity of electricity in order to develop the country. This way it constitutes a goal to secure investment for installation of 200 megawatts of installation of eolic energy until 2024. In the process of goals of the electric sector, the government has approved a master plan of the integrated sector in order to guide the expansion of renewable energies. The expansion of industry of electricity supply in Mozambique in order to respond to the program of Energia para Todos, which was launched by the President of the Republic in 2018, so that everyone would have access to electricity, as well as the increase of need in the region, with particular emphasis to thermal energy, in this case natural gas, which has been referred to in the opening ceremony, renewable energies and solar energies, including technologies of storage. And we need to increase the need of specific regulations that can guide the access of electrical energy in the network. This way, the National Code of National Network approved by decree in 2014 is seen as a tool to attract investors of the private sector, so that is way to having a clear investment. The growth of new independent investors requests the review of the code as a way to ensure the specific requisites with the objective of distribution of energy, so that they can be aligned with the regulatory as a way to promote the private investment. There is a process which has to do with renewable energies with the help of the European Union,
a cabo todo o trabalho preparatório, desde a identificação de
A
projetos
preparation was
concretos, a realização
made
dos respectivos estudos técnicos
in
e
order to ensure
econômicos,
the
ambientais,
realization
de
of
solução prévia de problemas e
environmental
condições
researches
iniciais requeridas nos
conditions
mercados, permitindo aos investidores
in order to
a
allow investors
apresentação de
to
propostas num
present
quadro de
proposals
maior transparência e
in a great
competitividade das
framework
energias
of
renováveis.
competitiveness
O
of
primeiro
renewable
projeto
energies.
no âmbito do
The
PREP
first project
é o
in this
projeto
process of
da Central Solar de
Pluler
Dondo, portanto na província de
was the
Sofala,
Dondo
que neste
thermal
momento
station in the
está
province of
em fase
Sofala,
de negociação do contrato
which
de
is in the
concessão.
phase
Outro
of
programa importante na
negotiation.
promoção de projetos de
The
energia
other
renovável
important
é
program
o programa Get Fit,
is the
em
GATFID
que
program, in
já
which
no dia 26 de maio vai
on the
vai se
26th
fazer
of
seu
May
lançamento. Portanto, dentro desta
it
semana.
will be launched
Gostaria
still
também de
this week.
destacar a nossa
I would
experiência com
also
a
like to give
materialização
emphasis
de
to our
projetos de
experience in the
produção de energia
materialization
elétrica através de energias
of our
renováveis. Neste
contribution
caso, vamos
to
falar da central
renewable energies.
solar
In this case, I'm
fotovoltaica
going
de
to mention the
Mucuba, a
solar
central
central
solar
of Mokuba,
fotovoltaica de Metoro, de
the
40
station of
megawatts,
Metoro of
ambas
40
já em
megawatts,
funcionamento.
both
Estas
functioning.
iniciativas estão
These
sendo
initiatives
acompanhadas com
are being
reformas que visam
accompanied
a criação de
by
quadro legal apropriado
reforms
para
that aim
promover
at
transparência e
creating
competitividade
the
no
promotion
setor,
of
para
transparency in the
garantir
sector
melhor
in order to ensure
qualidade e a destacar
better
a
quality,
aprovação da proposta de revisão da Lei de
giving
Eletricidade,
emphasis to the
portanto,
law
recentemente aprovada pela Assembleia da República e
which
que
has
vai
recently
para
been
a
approved by the Assembly
promulgação
of
e
the Republic,
depois para a sua publicação.
which will
Portanto,
soon
a
be
nova lei de
published.
eletricidade vai adequar o quadro legal aos
The new law
desafios do
will
acesso
adequate the
universal
legal framework
à energia com qualidade, fiabilidade, com recurso a todas as fontes
of
energéticas, em
universal
particular
energies
as
with
energias
quality,
renováveis.
with
E
resources to
ações para a
all
abertura
sources of
do setor
energetics,
elétrico à
in
iniciativa
particular with
privada através do regime
renewable
ilícito de
energies,
concessões e cria
create
a figura
conditions to
do
opening
gestor da rede nacional de transporte de
initiatives in
energia
the
elétrica.
electric sector.
E o Conselho Nacional de Eletricidade foi transformado legalmente por esta lei como autoridade
And
reguladora
also
de
the
energia.
National Council of
Com
Electricity,
função
which has
na
legally been
condução dos
transformed by
processos
this
de
law
atribuição de
as the
concessões, no
regulators
estabelecimento e aprovação de tarifas e preços.
with functioning the conduction
Também
of
foi
concessions
aprovado o decreto
in establishing
sobre o regulamento de acesso a
fares
energias
and prices.
fora da rede elétrica
There has also
nacional,
been approved
portanto,
the
pelo
decree
decreto 93 de
about
2021
regulations
de dezembro.
of energies
Isto
out of the national
apresenta
network.
quadro jurídico regulatório que promove a participação do setor privado
This
como
law tool
aliado das instituições
presents a
públicas para
legal
alcançar
framework
o
that
acesso
promotes the
universal à energia
participation of the
com
private sector
procedimentos
as an
simplificados.
ally to
Para
public
regulamentar o acesso
initiatives in order to reach
dizer que é instrumento muito
procedures which can
importante
be
neste período
simplified
em que sabemos que
as
uma
way
boa
to regulate
parte
the access to energy.
da contribuição para o acesso
I mean,
universal
it is a very
virá
important
dos
tool,
sistemas
as we know that a
isolados.
great
E ao
part
terminar,
of the
gostaria de
contribution
mais
of the
uma vez
universal process
saudar esta
will
autoridade
come by the isolated systems.
e agradecer
To finish,
à
I would like
RTMR
once
por
again
organizar
to
este
great
evento
for this
eh,
opportunity
agradecer a
and
todos os
thank
parceiros de
Alair
cooperação
and
que
Amer
têm
for
apoiado o setor de
causing
energia
this event and
através
thank
deste
all
apoio
partners
podemos realizar
who have
muitos
greatly helped the sector of energy
dos trabalhos que aqui referi nesta
and through
conferência
which we
e
can
muito obrigado pela
realize
atenção dispensada.
lots of the works we have mentioned in this speech, and thank you for your
Bom dia a
attention.
todos.
Good morning, everyone, dear spokespeople, hosts, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Mozambique has stated ambitious goals for renewable energies until 2043. According to the Plan of Development of the Energetic System, 20% of variable renewable energies, mostly solar, will be integrated in the Mozambican framework against the current 1%. It is necessary to accelerate the decarbonization of the world economy and ban fossil fuels. Mozambique is a country with resources, with potential to a platform in Southern Africa. There is a great potential of renewable energies. We're speaking about more than 23,000 megawatts of energy. We cannot also ignore that Mozambique has enough reserves of coal. Currently, the country faces a great dilemma, which is to do with the cost to supply energy and at the same time influence to the reduction. Unfortunately, Mozambique is a country which is very much affected by climate change. This way, the European Union has collaborated with Mozambique for the use of renewable energies. Mozambique has adopted as one of its priorities the cooperation program as a way to unblock the lack of use of renewable energies. That is why the European Union has adopted an approach to a preparation of business environment that will include all actors and also a pipeline of projects that will lead to commercial investments. This is why we have financed both the public and private sector. As it has been said by the director, and I can also refer that our project PROLER, which is being executed by the French agency, is a great example of approach. It's been 4 years of preparation and finally we are in the phase of investment, with emphasis now at the Dondo Central. Maybe we can travel to Dondo one of these days in order to start the construction. PROLER wants to promote a new paradigm as a way to bring competitiveness. We also wish to demonstrate that there can also be created conditions to attract private investment when it comes to renewable energies. This model can also be reproduced in other countries. We had a meeting with the Angola delegation, which is also present here, and would like to know more about its experience in order to replicate to its country. PROLER is just one of the examples that has been mentioned with great approach. And it goes hand in hand with PROLER. But the generation of clean energies is just a challenge. Getting back to the topic of today's seminar, how to store and integrate renewable energies in the network. It is financially relevant. Many technical questions raise the use of these technologies in terms of costs and at the same time to adequate the security, which implies a flexible energetic system, which can just be done through a network of transmission, storage of energy, and we get back to today's topic. For example, how we're going to reach this goal. First, we're going to help the government develop policies, partners, European Union, because this center is also going to be fundamental for the increase of renewable energies as a way to secure the stability of the network. The European Union is testing as a way to promote flexibility. Besides that, besides those solutions, it is fundamental that a use of these technologies for the success of a transition of an energetic system of variable energies. For example, according to a study published in 2020, there would be need of electricity storage until 2030 in order to secure safety of renewable energies to decarbonization. That's why it is fundamental now that we comprehend what is the need Mozambique has to use storage technologies which are susceptible and important to the future. It is fundamental to determine the axis of development and propose a regulatory frame that will allow solutions in the market. We consider that this event is a step to use renewable energies, and it contributes for Mozambique. The European Union has just started a debate with EDM. Finally, I would like to thank Amer for organizing this seminar in partnership with. I'm sure we are all going to benefit out of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this intervention. Then we're going to invite the ambassador of Germany to leave his words. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency Minister for Energy and Renewable Resources, Marilena Matavia, my colleague, Ms. Very Smith, Infrastructure and Investment Team Leader, representative of Bolana delegation to the event hosts, the Zofone Renewable Energy Associates, Amer Mozambique Association of Renewable Energies, representative of renewable energy companies. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today, gathered here at the opening event about storage, integration, renewables in the network, seeks to enhance the current status and future development of renewable and electricity grid in Mozambique. The event is going to identify the solution of storage and production of renewable energy in the network.
na direção do país ao acesso universal à energia até 2030. Objetivo no qual
The country's directorate gives universal access to energy until 2030, which is going to show the importance role in this project.
em consonância com o Objetivo de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, o ODS número 7, e também uma condição prévia para alcançar a maioria dos outros ODS. Para além disso, permite contribuir para os Objetivos Climáticos de Paris.
Besides that, allow me to contribute to the Paris climate goals. In this context, I would like to congratulate Ler and Amer for their organization that will identify how Mozambique can get more renewable energy and how we can catalyze private investment in this sector. I would also like to take this advantage to take this opportunity to commend Mozambique for the adoption of new electricity law. The new law provides a more conducive legislative and regulatory environment for the private sector investment and renewable energy. According to Renewable in Mozambique summary prepared by ALER, energy procedures including photovoltaic and connected to the grid currently represent 17% of the installed capacity, plus including photovoltaic connected 35%, and their contribution continues to grow and play an important role for the access to energy in their Mozambique. It has developed the Netflix program. The main objective is to provide support and decrease the risks and improve attractiveness of the investment, increasing institutional capacity and building a chain of projects successfully implemented, at the same time minimizing the costs for the country. In this way, Get Fit Mozambique contributes so that Mozambique can reach its goals of electrification by 2030. The preparation of Get Fit Mozambique was carried out in collaboration with a L'Oreal program supported by the European Union, represented here by my colleague Vera Smith. The collaboration included the development of legal instruments that will be used by the national authorities in the independent energy constructions, resulting from both programs, and also highlighted the CAT Invest supported by and implemented by GETIC.
O Get Invest visa promover o investimento em projetos e negócios privados com soluções de energia renováveis descentralizadas.
Get Invest enables to program and focus on the Mozambique energy sector as part of European Union's promotion of private business investment in renewable decentralization energy solutions.
Como parte do Promover Energia da União Europeia e no sentido de promover investimento em projetos e negócios privados com soluções de energia renováveis e descentralizada. Estamos muito orgulhosos de estar lado a lado como União Europeia e como governo de Moçambique nesta tarefa
European Union and Government of Mozambique in this task, which seeks to guarantee access to energy for all Mozambicans by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that this event will demonstrate the opportunities and benefits of the use of storage of renewable energy energies.
empresarial
That
moçambicano,
this discussion
contribuindo
will bring
assim para o desenvolvimento
to
socioeconômico
the
do país. Muito obrigado.
development
Bom, muito
of
obrigado.
socioeconomic
Vamos
growth
passar
of the
agora para
country.
o primeiro painel,
Thank you very
que vai
much.
fazer a abordagem sobre o estado da rede
Well, thank you very
de
much.
projetos de energias
Now
renováveis.
we're going to move on now to the
Teremos
panel
três
that is
oradores,
going to make
a
a state
começar
approach
pela engenheira
about
Olga
the
Chave,
network
da
and
Universidade de Moçambique, que
renewable
irá
energy
apresentar aqui
project. We will have three speakers starting from the engineer Olga
vamos ter
Chaves.
uma segunda intervenção do senhor Michel,
We will
da Scatec Solar,
have
que
the
vai participar
second
remotamente. Está aqui,
spokesperson,
se calhar dizer que ele está em
Mr.
Moçambique,
Michel
que é a
from
empresa pública
Scottish Solar,
que responde pela rede,
but
portanto, ele
he
é
will
que só faz
participate
parte
remotely.
vai observar toda a energia
Perhaps
produzida,
say
renováveis.
that
A Scatec Solar dá
Eletricidade de
operação
Moçambique is a
funções
public
do projeto
company
de Central de
that
Cuba
is
e vão
responsible
partilhar também aquilo que foi a
for the
sua experiência.
network that
Depois
absorbs
temos
most
colegas
of
que
the
são
energy
da
produced
SEC,
by renewable system.
a SEC
Scottish Solar, the
esteve envolvida no projeto
shareholders
da
of
Central
Mugoba project,
que vai ser também interessante ouvir
and they will
a sua
also share
referência nesse
their
sentido.
experience,
Pronto,
and we will have FOSEC Stockiest.
espero que estejam preparados
It will be interesting to hear from
para esta
them.
sessão,
Well,
com as perguntas todas, as respostas todas.
I hope you all prepared
E
for this
vamos
section.
começar aqui
All the
pedir às
questions and
senhoras
answers ready,
Georgia para apresentar a sua,
and we're going to start
as suas
here.
ideias, a sua
Well,
informação sobre o
ladies
estado da
said
rede dos
first,
projetos de renováveis em Moçambique.
presenting
Vou fazer a apresentação
their
sobre o ponto
ideas
de situação
about
de energias
the
renováveis
matter
em
discussed
Moçambique,
here. Have a word.
especialmente aos projetos
I'm going
ligados
to
à
make a
agricultura em Moçambique.
presentation about the situation on renewable energies in Mozambique,
Gostaria de agradecer a
especially on
oportunidade
projects
que
linked
foi
to
dada à
the
EDM
national
e a
network.
mim, pessoalmente,
I
para
would like
poder
to thank for the
partilhar
opportunity
informação
that was
sobre
given
as
to
energias
EDM
renováveis
and to me,
e, sobretudo, os projetos em curso e
only to
também
be
os
able to share
desafios.
information on renewable energies
Bom, a apresentação,
and
como
also
dissera
about the
anteriormente,
projects
é
that are
sobre o
happening
estado
and the
atual
challenges.
da rede e os projetos de energias renováveis.
Well, the presentation, as I meant before, is about the situation of renewable energies.
Vamos começar breve
We
enquadramento
are going
sobre
to start
os projetos de
a
energias
short
renováveis,
inclusion
também o
of
portfólio dos
renewable energies
projetos de energias
projects,
renováveis que
and we're
estão
also
na
going to
carteira,
share a portfolio on
portfólio dos
renewable
concursos
energies,
públicos, o próprio
the
programa
portfolio of public,
PROLER, que é o Programa de Leilão de Energias Renováveis,
the
por fim
Prolair
temos
program, which is
na
about
rede
renewable
elétrica
energies,
nacional
and
posses a integração
about
das energias
challenges of
renováveis,
national
sobretudo com a
electrical
intermitência,
network,
como falou o engenheiro Sousa.
as Engineer Souza mentioned.
O
The
governo
government of
moçambito
Mozambique has
definiu
stated
metas
as
principais para o
goals
setor de
the
energia,
sector of
o acesso a luz
electricity
até o ano 2030.
until
Por suposto,
2030,
nos
and
próximos
for the
5 anos
next
para o
5
terceiro
years
quinquênio,
of the
prevê-se a
quinquennium,
aquisição de cerca de 600 megawatts, dos quais
in
200
which 200
megawatts
megawatts are
virão da
going to
contribuição dos projetos de
come
energias renováveis.
from renewable energies.
Conhecemos também os vetores estratégicos em relação
We
a
also
energias
want to mention
renováveis.
the strategies
Primeiro, temos a diversificação da matriz energética,
in which we
temos
have
o
the
desafio
challenge
das mudanças
on
climáticas e
climate
da redução
change,
das emissões de gases de efeito de estufa e, por fim, a
the
transição
transition
energética que
that
permite um
will
desenvolvimento
allow
sustentável
the
do país
development of the
rumo
country
ao acesso universal de
towards
energia.
universal access to
Temos
electricity.
os projetos em carteira,
There are
que neste momento
projects
estão
in
em
course
curso.
right now.
Primeiro,
First,
temos
we
como
have as
base
a
a central solar
basis the
de
Mocuba
que foi a
thermal
primeira
central,
central
which was the
solar
first
de
solar
Moçambique
central in
a ser
Mozambique to be
integrado à rede
integrated
elétrica
and the national network of electricity. We have the Meteor Central, which its construction was finalized still this year. We have as well a challenge of the first thermal central with resource to storage of electricity located in Kwamba with the capacity of 15 megawatts, which has also started its construction. There is as well the Dondu Central, which makes part of the Proler program, and we are at this moment discussing a contract with the company which has won the contract. There is as well the Lixinga Central projects that will be launched to the public. There is the Kwamba Central with 30 megawatts of capacity, which is in the end of its phase of construction still this year. There is also the Mekuf Central, which is in an advanced phase of construction with 20 megawatts of capacity located in Pemba. And at last, we have the Namahasha one, which will also be constructed soon. It is interesting to show the approach about public openings. We have a portfolio of public openings. We mentioned the Proler program, which counts with the financing of the European Union through the... We have 4 projects. There is as well the CAPFIT program and the EFC Scaling Solar program that are soon going to be opened. Allow me to speak about the Proler program. As I mentioned, the objective of the Proler program is to bring transparency in the process of procurement in renewable energies projects and allow strategic partnerships to develop projects. It brings such an advantage, which is great competitiveness and low taxes to EDM. To finish, I bring to reflection challenges that the electrical network has been experiencing as a result of the implementation of projects of renewable energies, above all technology, solar technology, and it brings with it the challenges of stabilities of the national network system and as way to allow greater capacity of renewable energies projects who need to proceed with reinforcement. We mean the lines of transmission and so forth. It is necessary to install equipments. This is one of the requisites in the integration of projects of renewable energies when it comes to the implementation of them. It is necessary to bring the approaches of storage systems of energies that have to be implemented during this process. And also during the implementation of projects, we also need to bet on contracting technicians, women above all, so that they may respond to the demand of these projects as a way of creating new jobs, opportunities. This also includes training, continuous training and capacity. It would be interesting to mention
interessante, se calhar, trazer aqui penso que o slide já não permite. Pronto, permite. Os projetos em curso na rede elétrica nacional.
The current projects in the national network are somehow going to allow the implementation of renewable energies projects. There are some projects which are still in the phase of planification. Some are in the phase of implementation. They will certainly help the implementation of renewable energies projects. We are also thinking of scaling the capacities of 30 megawatts to major capacities. Thank you so much.
Vamos passar para o segundo orador, o Sr. Michel.
All right,
Yeah.
I just greet all the participants and the organizers, and thank you for everyone and giving us this opportunity. I hope it's coming out clear and much better now. Okay, my presentation is basically coming through from, because we are in operation now, we have progressed into supplying energy to EDM, and thus far it's been a very, very exciting challenge for both sides of the supply and the client. So we're very happy with that. So what I'll deal with is basically the issues that being in operation. So our operations and maintenance right now is the issues I would sort of highlight with regards to everything. So from our end, solar energy in Mozambique, at the moment has many challenges with only a few plants spread across the several energy companies. But this does present short-term challenges. There is a challenge to improve the local support services and suppliers with each energy company having different equipment. So the main thing is, being in operation right now, we need to see is that the benefit going to be outside Skytech, or is it directly Skytech, just between Skytech and EDM? And we find that at the moment there will be many local and citizen companies in Mozambique who are just entering and getting to know the new renewable energy and solar energy market. So you find that at the moment it's going to take a very strong effort for us to support any local companies. The next issue we do have in operations, obviously, is skills development and training, because at the moment we are experiencing sort of what I can say, an opportunity to develop the youth. And actually at the moment, Skytech Solar Mukuba, we are currently training some university graduates to try and develop them in an understanding and moving forward, obviously looking at the future whereby we need the resources in country, and hopefully as the industry grows, we are also can be proud to be participating in providing the human resource upskilling and training that's necessary for all of us to make successful projects. Right now, we're very strong on our approach to gender equality, and my training programs that go on here are currently 50-50. We do make sure we include a lot of opportunities to upgrade and upskill all the women in our country. So yes, that is where we stand. The main challenge on the skills development, it comes with the operations being mostly external companies investing and setting up the projects. And where we find, as you see right now, where we find is the language. So we've got a lot of resources coming out of the universities in Mozambique who are more than capable to continue working and learn on this solar plants and renewable energy. But at the moment, we find that until we have got a lot more solar plants up and running, or through negotiations with EDM, we have a centralized type control center whereby all solar plants can actually operate by reporting to a centralized control center, you will find there will be a language issue. Our current control center is actually out of Mozambique, it's actually in South Africa. So all the technicians that come to work here will have that language issue where they need to deal with a control center, which is basically probably most likely not going to be Portuguese speaking at the moment. We're hoping that as Mozambique builds and we construct much more renewable energy and solar plants, we start to have to move into that direction whereby now the language issue will not interfere with skills development. But at the moment, it is a challenge. That's where we stand at the moment. The thing with the DC with solar, it's high. That means to HT. So HV and HT requires very, very strict safety control protocols, and there's amount of training that needs to go into developing a technician to work directly with the solar production, solar energy production on these plants, and therefore the training involved and developing a technician to a certain level of competency to work on these plants. It takes a lot of investment and a lot of time. And as I say, with the training, at the moment, we do not have a central training center in Mozambique whereby we say to overcome the language, we could easily move ahead with this. But we do have quite a lot of bilingual technicians coming out of the universities, which is providing us with opportunity to train and develop, while keeping in mind that the safety protocols when doing this training is important. When it comes to the other challenges we do have at the moment is we're getting EDM, our client, to understand that our equipment functions a little bit different from possibly substations, and therefore if we encounter, and as and when we encounter any power fluctuations out of our specialized metering settings, we lose the plant. We actually, it shuts down the plant. Now, the solar plant is not like you can switch it back on. The safety and security protocols and also the protection of the investment of all our equipment on the plants, it entails us to go through a certain process. So a millisecond trip in EDM on the utility side can stop this plant, and therefore it could take us up to an hour to recover the plant and then continue producing energy or supplying energy. So this training and this familiarization through the amount of EDM participation in site visits and coming to appreciate the operations on the solar plant is giving them an opportunity to understand that the utility stable production is critical to us maintaining our stable supply. So I see the next year or two as an interesting challenge, an opportunity to work with and keep training and upskill and familiarizing our client with the utility service, that the operations of our PV power plant and its production. Obviously, at the moment, we are very pleased working with EDM. We're happy we're working with EDM, and Mukuba right now has got to a level where the understanding is progressing. So, I hope all our new energy suppliers and partners that are going to start producing energy in Mozambique can quickly catch up to where we are at the moment, because it's a difficult phase of that you go through when you go in to get your utility partner to understand various things. There's the challenge which I mentioned earlier about our local suppliers. At the moment, what our challenge is now, we've got our customs, our Fandiga, we've got our labor and immigration departments to slowly start understanding that due to this investment, there is incidence of warranty and guarantee contractual protocols that we need to operate within the contract. So you go through several, like I say, several years whereby the requirement for an external resource to come into Mozambique and come with his measuring or whatever equipment he uses to come and ensure that we are operating the equipment within the guarantee and guidelines in order for us to maintain our warranties is important. So as I have negotiations with our labor department, our Alfandiga customs department, is giving them a chance to also appreciate that, okay, being a new industry is, yes, it's not just a simple import or normal phase of business. This is basically for us to secure our resource, our renewable energy resource, which comes with the contract. But that is something that goes on, and I also appreciate the work I do together with our authorities in Mozambique. So the challenge I see is there are many small companies. So when we say socio-economic, what is the social benefits for any local companies? And that becomes the challenge. At the moment, my vision and what I see is that amongst the several new solar project plants, we're going to have to work together and try and develop a handful of high quality service providers that come and assist us with the very work. When it comes to suppliers, that becomes very tricky, because each plant now we are going to import different equipment and using different equipment, meaning when it comes to supporting each other, it's probably not going to be possible. When it comes to the amount of money that's going out of this country, everybody buying different units, different spares, and different stock holdings is going to run into very high amounts. Meanwhile, because all that equipment has not been fallen in line with a certain level of standardization, Mozambique takes that cost. We find we're pushing out a lot of money to support each and every different plant, because we each got different equipment. So if it was basically falling in line under certain standards, we could possibly, impact countries' foreign reserves less. But yeah, this is basically, I gave you a very simple presentation on the challenges on operations and maintenance in in Mukuba. At the moment, the coastal, one quick note is the coastal, we 150 kilometers from the coast. So the impacts of the cyclone season does affect us, and we do start having many challenges with regards to the impacts of the weather. We don't know if we're going to say it's climate change impacts, whatever, but at the 2021-22 experience is the several cyclones we had. For any companies and investors coming into this country, you need to understand that a proper, what can I say, climate impact assessment on where you are positioning and setting up your plants. You need to be concentrate that you have got all that covered. But that's my presentation. I'd just like to thank you all and enjoy the rest of the day.
Muito
Well,
obrigado.
let's get now to the last on the list.
Panelista
You have the word.
Sr. Efasek, tem a palavra.
Olá, viva, muito bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Vou ser pouco mais direto, não preparei nenhuma apresentação formal, mas queria falar bocadinho sobre
I'm going to be a little direct, and I propose an informal presentation about the challenges.
Sim. Okay.
Can you hear me well? Yes.
Também para responder bocadinho aos desafios que o nosso moderador lançou.
And also to state some challenges.
Das renováveis na rede.
At first, you talk about the interactions of the network, more than technical challenges of specificness. It is important mentioning that they are related to each country, each network, each point, and it is fundamental to state that Mozambique took a great step when it comes to the legal framework, as the country contemplates and it proposes when we approach a project, and it was thought that way, identifying locals, the process of licitation, the contracts. It was all of a process that was elaborated in the last few years, allowing investors and promoters, construction companies, procurement engineers, can know the legal tools. I just wanted to reinforce that there are cases which are close. I won't mention names. There are cases of projects built but not linked to the network, and I would like to give emphasis to these ones. These are fundamental tools. I would like to mention as well the sequence mentioned previously, linked to the Metoro gas construction. It was very challenging. There were two factors to mention. One was global, the COVID-19 pandemic, which messed with logistics and everything. This was unforeseen, and it was hard to support. We still feel the impact of COVID on these projects in the last 2 years, mostly during the phase of the Metoro central construction. The other unforeseen factor was the climate change that the world has suffered. In Metoro, we were affected by 2 cyclones, and this was challenging.
são situações
This was challenging to the contractor, to the promoter, to everyone.
e presenciado também as tempestades torrenciais
These situations make things difficult.
plano A, B, C e D.
Even if we can predict, even if we can make studies,
O ciclone em cima desse período de chuvas, os danos no terreno e na construção são
a cyclone during a rainy season
schedule, todo processo
brings
de encontrar caminhos
a lot of destruction,
acrescentar
and we need to find alternative ways,
processo por si já complexo.
and this
Deixar estas duas notas em
this
relação
implied more challenges.
desafios.
So I wanted to mention these two factors as unforeseen.
Condições adversas climatéricas têm uma consequência indireta, que são as infraestruturas
Climate conditioning
estradas e portos, portanto, toda
condition ports,
que se recai e reflete-se em sobrecarga de trabalho e em rework para todos os
and this falls on every work that is done for all the sectors.
que não são muito avaliados.
These aspects I feel are not that much evaluated.
Mas que durante a construção, e as pessoas estão aqui relacionadas com a construção,
This is a problem.
acho que são tempos novos que vivemos e fica aqui o parênteses.
We are living a different era,
Projeto que é pensado hoje,
and there is need to think on climate change,
se calhar não foi pensado com
because some of these things were thought 10 years ago, and they are only going to be implemented now.
Por fim, também por esta oportunidade de falar pouco como representante
And also mention the opportunity
das empresas da EPC.
given to me to speak as a representative.
Estes processos comerciais, como referiu o engenheiro Augusto, são
Let me refer that these commercial processes are complex. That's why they take years. Construction companies are usually associated to promoters and investors.
e então fazemos
Proler, for example,
no background, na retaguarda. Existem sites
then our role is of support,
preparativos de declaração, a temática da HQSA cada vez mais importante,
preparations,
soluções técnicas, soluções de design,
all these technical solutions of design,
por vezes acontece, por exemplo,
and this was all in a pre-building phase.
num certo promotor e esse promotor perde o leilão, portanto fica a experiência, fica todo o processo de aprendizado.
Well, promoters allow us a lot of
Promotor associado
experience.
à empresa de construção,
In the second phase, promoters are associated to construction companies. In most of the times, they start the procurement process with partners.
às vezes leva a lead times, não são contemplados nos time schedules, e
So all these factors
fica
take time,
estamos aqui a ter e
and an extra challenge
tem a ver com a especificidade, a complexidade
that we face,
e a elaboração de uma proposta para
also the specifics
são processos cada vez mais exigentes,
to which we make proposals to sort out the problems,
portanto deixar aqui esta nota de destaque.
and also the partnerships.
São coisas complexas e é bom que as pessoas tenham essa noção.
These are complex matters.
Moçambique,
It is to refer that Mozambique has such a great potential.
relatório, acho
In the last years, it allowed
que permite atrair empresas que não estão no mercado e
external companies in the market. The national market is such very active,
está muito ativo.
and there is a lot of competitiveness. And I really hope there are more projects like
Para que as empresas
Proler.
Não saiam do país e para que possam vir outras. E é isto, no fundo.
And this is it. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. We had the intervention of the first panel.
Se calhar algumas notas do. Começando aqui pela
Starting by the presentation of Olga,
que
who
apresentou aqui
presented the plan of projects in the area of renewables that are going to take place in the next 5 years.
quase 200 que
which estimates 200 megawatts to be implemented. We're going to have the first central, which will be such an interesting challenge, considering as well the capacity of the network to absorb renewables. There are projects that have been stated. The second speaker brought out experiences about Makuba, in which he mentioned human resources which are going to be necessary for the project. And this will be interesting to debate the fluctuation aspect, which was very well mentioned, and the second and the last speaker who spoke about experiences about Metoro, bringing up questions about specifics, mentioning the unforeseen COVID, which was a new experience for us, the climate change, the cyclones that affected, which makes us think on how we are going to project these initiatives, considering climate changes. And last but not least, one thing that is determining, and we are still going to debate. We're now going to the questions session. Let me allow the audience to, the participants to make questions. This is also being broadcasted online. We are going to give room to the three speakers.
Ali no meio, agradecia que identificasse primeiro, para saber com que
Right in the middle, I would thank if you identified yourself first.
Bom dia a todos. Rodrigo Tardelli, da Zagop Construções e Engenharia. Primeiro agradecer a...
Good morning, everyone. Engineer of Zagot Constructions. First, there is a question addressed to Ms. Olga from EDM. Most has been said about the new installations, solars, and she also mentioned integration. So I would like to know about the challenges about the financing of projects, lines of transmission that the EDM has in mind for the future. Thank you. Thank you. There are more two people here. Thank you very much, Antonio Moniz, ENT, the national network in Angola. My question is also addressed to Ms. Olga from EDM Mozambique, relatively to the challenges of the hydroelectric. One of the challenges is in the system of storage and the transport network. My question is, what is the experience that EDM has, the impact caused by renewable energies once this energies is remittent, and why of this plan of storage will this intermittence bring some kind of lack of comfort or disturbance in the system, or if this storage is to improve the compensation of system, or we are speaking about a storage that will
Muito obrigado. Lá no
allow
fundo,
photovoltaic energy in the night shift. Thank you.
Bom dia. Chamo-me Benito Jussamo. Eu tenho uma
Good
pergunta
morning.
para a senhora Olga. Ficou claro que
I have a
existe
question to
plano de
Miss Olga.
reabilitação para a mão de obra
It was
nacional.
clear that
Sendo
there
empreendedora do
is a
ramo das
contracting plan
eu
of
queria
the
saber se existe um
national
ecossistema
labor.
que vai acolher
Being an
essas
entrepreneur,
as pequenas startups
is there a system that
que
is
podem
going to
auxiliar a
allow these small
dinamizar
startups
ah,
that can
alguns processos nesse
help
projeto? Obrigado.
in the dynamism of these
muito
processes?
obrigado.
Thank you.
Bom, tem mais
Thank you
duas
very
pessoas
much.
aqui no lado esquerdo, depois aqui à frente.
There are two more
Bom
people
dia a
on the
todos.
left.
Meu nome é Pedro Chamba, eu represento a Grupo, uma empresa
Good morning,
moçambicana.
everyone.
Com relação à
I
subida de
represent
potência
a
que se
Mozambican
prevê,
company.
que a engenheira Olga aqui mencionou,
Relatively
que se
to the
espera de
measures
600 megawatts,
that Engineer
dos
Olga
quais
has
300 serão
mentioned,
de renováveis. Eu queria perguntar
that
se
600
existe
megawatts is expected, in which
uma indicação
200
em
are of
termos de
renewables.
zona
I
onde é
would
que
like to
isso se
know
prevê
if
que
there is
seja
an
aplicado,
indication in terms
tendo em conta,
of
portanto,
zone
as
where it
questões
is
de radiação
foreseen
solar e outros
that
tipos de
this
ventos
is applicable,
e, consequentemente,
considering
também
that
a distribuição da rede
solar
elétrica no
radiation
nosso
and
país.
technical aspects,
A segunda
and
parte que eu queria
consequently
aqui
the
fazer referência
distribution
também
of the
em
electrical
relação
network in our
ao sistema de
country.
armazenamento.
The second part I would like to
É
make
sabido que, portanto,
reference is
enquadra
relatively to
preços
the
muito
system of
altos
storage.
e
It is
baixa
known
densidade,
that
portanto,
it
energética e de
is
potência.
of high prices
E também nós
and
sabemos que
low
tem uma manutenção
density,
extremamente
and
complexa. E quanto a isto,
we also
tendo em conta a sua
know that
intermitência
the
e a
maintenance
sua
is
natureza
extremely
técnica,
complex,
queria apenas não fazer perguntas,
and
mas um
considering
comentário dos
its
três
intermittence of
últimos falantes
technical
da manhã.
nature, I would like to make not a question but a
Obrigado.
comment.
Vamos ter mais duas
Thank you.
questões para depois passar aqui as questões.
Thank you. We can have
Vamos pedir
two
aqui à
more
frente.
questions so we can proceed.
Bom dia a todos. Eu sou a
Good
Filipa
morning,
Isabela,
everyone.
estudante do curso de Engenharia Ambiental. Tenho uma
I'm a
pergunta
student
para a
of
doutora
environmental.
engenheira Olga, desculpa. Eu queria saber quais são as principais
I would
estratégias
like to
que a
know what
EDM
are the main strategies
para
that
envolver mais
EDM
jovens
has
nos
in order to
projetos
involve
de
the
promoção de energias
youth
renováveis.
in the
Nós
projects
temos
of
visto que
renewable
existe o
energies,
engajamento de muitos jovens nesta
since we
área.
have seen the
E
engagement
eu
of
particularmente
the
sou
youth in this area.
disposição
I
apaixonada por energias
personally
renováveis.
am
Queria
in
saber
I am
quais são as
passionate
estratégias que a
about
EDM
it.
tem para engajar mais jovens
So,
nessa área.
what are the strategies
Moçambique é
that
vasto
EDM
em
has to engage the
EDP,
youth in this
tem um
area?
vasto potencial em energias renováveis.
Mozambique has
Com
such a
certeza,
great
muitos jovens devem
potentiality
estar aí a
in
querer
renewable
ajudá-los
energies,
a
and
desenvolver essa
surely
energia. E muito
the
obrigada por essa
youth
oportunidade.
would like to
Fico
take part in this,
muito feliz por
and
fazer
I'm
parte dessa
thankful for taking
conferência.
part
Espero
in this
aprender mais.
conference.
Espero
I
que
am
esta
learning
conferência
much, and I hope this
exemplo
conference may
para
be an
mais conferências
example
de gênero.
so
Muito
that
obrigada.
more conferences of gender
Obrigado,
can occur.
engenheiro Olga. Acho que
Thank you so much,
estão a promover o gender equity
Engineer Olga.
no
We
futuro.
know EDM is promising
Está muito
space,
está
the
reativa.
youth,
E
and we
então,
see the youth
acho que
candidates
as
are
vossas
full of
políticas
energy.
tomam em consideração.
I'm sure your policies
Vamos ter mais uma
for your
questão
consideration.
para depois passar
We're
às
going to have one
perguntas
more
e
question to the
respostas.
team and we'll proceed.
Bom dia a todos. Eu
Good
chamo-me
morning,
Célia Cristina,
everyone.
sou gestora para a conformidade ambiental da empresa Quermé,
I am a
que
manager
explora areias pesadas no Distrito Norte, em Nampula.
in Nampula.
Primeiro, parabenizar os
First, I would
apresentadores
like to
pelas notícias
congratulate
interessantes
the
e interessantes
presenters
temas aqui abordados.
for the
A
interesting
primeira questão
topics that have
é
been
sobre os
presented. My
biocombustíveis.
question is on
Falámos da eólica
biofuels.
e da solar. Eu queria saber
I would like to know if there is a link between the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Agriculture. I know there is now an institute interested in promoting biofuel through concessions of areas for the planting of species for the production of biodiesels. Is there any strategical link between the Ministry of Energy and Agriculture in order to integrate this matter of renewable energies?
Muito obrigado. Vamos
Thank you very much.
à última pergunta aí para essa
Let's go for the last question.
bombardeamento de perguntas aqui para os panelistas, para panelistas, fundamentalmente, a dizer Olga que está aqui o alvo.
Well, we see Engineer Olga is actually the target. Good morning. I'm an electrotechnician of Lidavo Energies. My question is directed to Gonçalo Soares. I would like to know what's the opening you have in order to make partnership of electricity, because looking at this company with great experience in this area, we would like to know if there is this opportunity in order to gain experience, so we have more local companies developing projects of solar energy in Mozambique. Thank you. Thank you. Let's now get to the presenters to respond. Just one question to FSEC. I would like to know from you what is relevant, or what would you answer, what would you recommend for the next project, what can be done, what can be improved. The second is addressed to Mr. Michel from Scatec Solar. I would like him to share the experiences and the commercial part. What are the challenges they have been facing and how are they being sorted out? Engineer Olga, I've just told a story of a great scientist who was doing presentations during 2 weeks, and at the end of the day he was exhausted. As he was with the driver, he told the driver to present, he told the driver to do so because he was exhausted. Because the driver knew the presentation and he was tough. And the driver gave the very same answers. The driver looked at them and said, I am a great scientist. I'm not going to worry. So if you also have a driver, please just call him so he can answer the questions. Thank you very much, engineer. Certainly, I'm going to need the driver's help for the questions. Well, I'm going to start with the first question relatively to the challenges of financing for the implementation of projects of transmission. In fact, this is a challenge EDM has. Thus, we work with cooperation partners who help financing the projects of transmission and reinforcement of the network. Naturally, these are concessional financing, which allow EDM to extend or reach its plan of electrification until 2013, and naturally There are challenges, but it is basically with the help of partners of cooperation that EDM has been able to overcome these challenges of financing. Relatively to the challenges of the national electrical network, concretely the storage and need of storage, it is, in fact, EDM has been seriously affected in matters of operation by the entry of solar centrals. There is such, it's uncomfortable in terms of operation, and naturally the network is going to bring some kind of comfort. First, because as engineer explained it, the nature of intermittence of aeolic energy. During the day there is the sun, but also during the day there are times in which there are clouds and the production is not stable. There is need of energy storage as a way to align production during the day and also to lead to a compensation of network, we mean the tension and other elements. Naturally, there is no sun at night, and it is at night we have a great demand, and the storage of electricity can help in peak shaving to complement once there is no production during the day. The philosophy of energy storage is store the energy during the day so you can use the energy at the moment the technology is not available. So it is important for us to start the implementation of these technologies in order to compensate the national network. The first project, as I explained in the first presentation, brings the first battery which is going to be implemented together with this project, the GATFeed program, which will also bring programs through openings that include the storage of energy. The EFC scaling solar will also bring this technology of storage. Naturally, the technology is going to evolve. The costs are high, time after time, but we think the part of storage, we are experiencing such a reduction in terms of price and also a possible stability for us as a public company. Relatively to the plan of hiring, it is interesting that the project of renewable energies, mostly during the building process, need too many services, and it is an opportunity for the private sector to participate, mostly for the startups, to participate in this chain of participation. Secondary services, we mean services that are a node of the central, but auxiliary services that can make part, that are part of the local content, which is to use the companies to provide services. It is calculated, but it is not with the EDM. It is with companies, other companies that have these opportunities, mostly participation. We encourage as EDM that local ones are present in projects. Well, relatively to the point that has been raised, we have the challenge of 200 megawatts for the quinquennial plan. As you could see in the presentation, we already have 200 megawatts. The projects that are committed in such an advanced phase in relation to the contractual documents, and basically are advancing to the phase of construction. We have many projects in the initial phase in order to move on. This moment, the planning system of EDM is conducting such an exhaustive study so that in a long term can indicate these potentialities in terms of network absorption. Soon these riches will be available and we'll be able to share with everyone. This moment we work with each project and we ensure the projects are not only having technical viability, but so that they can have such an impact in the national network. Very interesting, the question of the colleague, which entails in a gender thematic. There are three objectives which are strategic. First, the access to energy until 2030. Naturally, renewable energies make part of this access. There is also the mission of becoming a reference in the region when it comes to energy production, and also the inclusion of gender. The company commits to observe the gender, and also there is the gender policy which has been approved by EDM. There is a scholarship program for women in areas of engineering. There is a program of professional traineeship called Young Leaders that helps youth who have recently been trained so they can have an opportunity to work for EDM. And we also have a cooperation with academia in which they help professionals with course essays, and universities such as UDM, and so forth that train people in related courses. So we help women and the society in general. I'm going to need the help of the driver. I'm going to call Director Marcelina relatively to the question of fuels. As EDM, we work in the portfolio of renewable energies, and above all, we have focus on the traditional that are solar and aeolic, because this is the demand we have, but also because we have in our portfolio many hydrics and biomasses. But I'm going to ask Engineer Marcelina to help me relatively to the link between the Ministry of Energy and Agriculture to the question of biomasses. I hope nothing has been left behind. I hope every question has been answered, and thank you very much. Well, Engineer Souza said I'm doing masters in renewable energies management in and I think this is an opportunity we
em
can
vez de ver
interact
academia
directly
e
with
aproximar a academia
academy and
ao setor
approach
privado e
it to
também
the private sector and also the
a
industry.
indústria.
And
E
thank you.
obrigada.
E para a engenheira Marcelina, o microfone.
The microphone to Engineer Marcelina.
Só para
Thank
comentar
you.
esta
Just to
questão
comment on this
relacionada com
question
a
related to
indústria, dizer
biofuels.
que no passado, de facto,
In
o
the
governo
past, the government
promoveu
has
bastante
greatly
a implementação de
promoted the
projetos
implementation of
de
projects
produção
of
de
production of
biocombustíveis,
biofuels.
portanto, o biodiesel e
Thus,
o etanol, e foi
biodiesel and
aprovada
ethanol have been
uma política
a strategic
de promoção dos
policy
biocombustíveis
has been
e
approved,
sempre foi
and
trabalho
this
coordenado
has always
entre
been a
o
coordinated work
Ministério de
between the
Energia na
Ministry
altura
of Energy
e o
and the Ministry
Ministério da
of
Agricultura.
Agriculture.
Infelizmente,
Unfortunately,
os
the
projetos que
projects
foram dados
that
para
have
essa
been
altura,
concessioned at that
portanto,
time,
tínhamos esperança
to which we
que
were
fossem
hopeful,
produzir resultados,
we expected results.
por vários motivos
For some
não
reasons,
progrediram
they did not
até o
proceed
resultado esperado,
to the
mas é uma
expected
temática que não está fechada para
goals,
nós, porque o nosso país tem o
because our
potencial
company
para
has the
produzir os
potentiality to produce
biocombustíveis.
biofuels, and also
Sabemos
because we know
que
that
o
our
nosso país é
country is an
importador
importer
de combustíveis
of
fósseis
fossil
e ter uma
fuels,
alternativa,
and as an alternative,
portanto, é muito bem-vindo,
it is
particularmente quando os
particularly
preços
the
de
prices of
combustível
fuel
aumentam.
when they
Acredito que
increase.
é uma
I
matéria que
believe
devemos
this
continuar
is
a trabalhar sobre ela. De facto, o
a
Instituto de
topic we have to
Oleaginosas
work on.
contactou-nos
In
para
fact, the
saber
Institute
dos antecedentes e
has
esperamos
contacted us to know about
que
the
hajam
previous
progressos
actions, and
nessa
we
matéria.
hope there is
Obrigado.
progress
Obrigado.
relatively to
Vamos
this
só
topic.
avançar esta questão que eu levantei e depois vamos ter
Thank you so
a
much.
resposta dos...
Maybe we can advance to the question I raised, and possibly we're going to have the answer for it later.
Obrigado mais uma vez.
Thank you very much once again. Maybe to start by the question of the engineer, try to connect both. What recommendations for the next projects? I would like to state my opinion. The majority of projects are conceived by technical engineers who are abroad, and they are conceived distantly. So the recommendation would be visits to the places, to the sites. We have just gone through this several times, and the projects have to be readapted during the phase of construction. So the recommendation would maybe be make the visits obligatory. I think this is fundamental. Well, companies such as the startups, we should go to the sites. This is a challenge for such a big company, and they make proposals of specifics. There is need to be on site, so focus on site. Relatively to the partnerships, we have just had protocol with in which we had many trainees, and most of them go to ITM, which makes part of the business. And luckily, they then serve local companies, so they can have direct contact. Thank you.
Obrigado. Não sei se podemos ter a ligação para o
Thank you.
Michel para responder a
can we have a call to Michelle so you can answer the question on the commercial? What has been the experience?
I find it's well planned and invested in, and everything is very under control, and it gets started, and off we go. And because we complete and then we go into operations and maintenance, this brings up a whole new challenge, because we have those who invested in the project, and those investors have got certain standards that we need to maintain, and various audits that they use as a measuring tool to make sure that we are operating our projects, or the projects that they invested in and funded within a certain standards, which is fantastic. This is fantastic, okay? But the investors and fundings come from a different zone. Mozambique is an interesting challenge. So I'm in Mukoba. So sustainability, it brings about opportunities for private enterprise and commercial participation. That sounds very good and sounds like it's easy, but when I look at where all our projects are, as Olga displayed there, I'm telling you, Mukuba, we have got a lot of EU countries, etc. This is just an example on environmental management, because it's a serious measurements standards that we need to comply with, that falls in line with very, very high stringent standards. But when you go to the places like Mukuba, Kuamba, Mutoro, and wherever it is, unless possibly in a large city like Maputo, Tete, Beira. So we have come with a new industry into this area. Now we come with a different standard of measurements. The European Union and the various countries have even sponsored and trained our municipalities. Also have got an audit going on around on these companies. We've taken them to Europe and made them understand what is simple things. I'm going to give you this, I'm going to bring it right down to the ground level so you all understand it when you move forward. The simple thing like waste that we now generate on a solar plant is new, completely new to the areas where we are constructing these plants. But we are measured against that. And then when I bring in a waste management company, they need to be certified to handle certain standard of waste. Plus, you find that we've taken municipal people to Europe and trained them on waste management and waste separation. But the moment we comply on the plant, you find that it might look like a waste of time, because when you remove the waste from the plant and it goes to the municipal waste management center, it's all just thrown together in one big heap and mashed up. So you start saying this balance is a little bit off, and people have not come on the ground, but that's the way it is. And for the companies who want to get involved in the commercial participation in my case, in solar, we are very remote.
Michelle, can you press summarize, because we are running out of time?
Yes, we're very remote. So your costs to participate in business in our areas, our training costs to bring someone out here to do first aid training, to bring our skills level up to meet our standards that our funding and sponsors have presented. It costs it. And there's no such facilities, let alone in places like Kuamba. I don't know where they're going to get their training out. So this is the challenge of anybody who can hear about a beautiful, strong, beautiful project in Mozambique. But the distance, the skills, the inter-provincial skills transport. My training is concentrating on Zambezia personnel to be trained up, because if I take skills from another province, I have an opportunity to lose them. And there's so much intricacy involved into managing and maintaining this plant after it's been built. This is where I say, as for the new and the youth to get involved and start up business to come get involved, it's very difficult to get out to the remote sites. And but it's an investment and it's tricky. This is my contribution there.
Thank you. Bom, muito obrigado. Acho que queria agradecer os panelistas. Levantaram aqui temas interessantes que alguns abordei logo no fim.
Thank you. I'm going to thank the panelists. There is the matter of network capacity. Engineer Nilsa will be in the second panel and she will speak about it because most of the projects are concentrated on the north. There are some challenges. We need to see how to approach them. The projects are greatly done with the partners of cooperation. If we want to reach the stated goals in the strategic plan of electricity, we need to have alternative to other funds as a way to accelerate the project. Human resources is a critical issue that has also been approached by the speakers, but perhaps I could say the government, which is represented by Engineer Marcelina. I think during the hiring process, there is need to ensure there are technicians, maybe a local partnership, so that the project can end and later they can stay. So that they can sort out specific questions. The climate change. Mozambique has been affected by cyclones, and this arouses our attention so that our projects can be implemented considering the climate change. The matter of access, which is important. The country has such great challenges on this issue. The gender-related matter, which has also been answered. The biofuels. I think we have to work more on this matter because they make part of the renewable energies chain, and also the matter of having to go on site so that we can meet the reality. So there is need of all of this. I would like to thank all panelists. I would like to ask for an applause to them.
Bom, vamos interromper, mas a organização informa que é uma sessão de fotografias, né? Penso que vamos ficar aqui à frente para uma fotografia.
There will be a family photo.
Vamos caber todos aqui.
I guess we'll all fit. There is need to make an arrangement because of the monitor. After the photo, we are going for a break time, so we follow up. We are a little delayed. We'll be coming back around 11:30. We're going to have half an hour of break time. Thank you very much. Let's get through the second panel. In this case, I'm going to have the pleasure of three panelists from the Ministry of Energy. Please take place. Carlos Xerinda from REN, and at last Nilsa from EDM.
Bom, qualquer deles
Any
já
one of them
já se aperceberam daquilo que
can take place.
em termos de
In terms of rules of this panel,
15 minutos para fazer
you
a
are going to
apresentação.
have 15 minutes to
Depois disso,
make
vamos
your
seguir
presentation, and
para
next
sessões
we're
de
going to
perguntas
follow for the
pelos
questions
participantes que estão
session
aqui na sala e também os que participam de forma
for both the ones who are in this
vou
room
pedir
as
ao
well
primeiro
as
orador,
the ones who are
que é
participating remotely.
para começar a fazer a sua
And now we're
apresentação.
going to have the first speaker.
Muito
Well,
muito bom
good
dia
morning.
a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Com permissão do nosso moderador, engenheiro Augusto,
With your
passo
permission, Engineer Augusto.
a apresentação. Primeiro,
First,
gostaria
I would like to thank for this opportunity
estarmos aqui a partilhar
for us being here to share the thematic of the energy storage in the network, considering the perspective of the government. It is priority of the government. The government predicts the growth of production of energy based on sources of conventional energy as well as energy of renewable origin. In this case, the government to establish the promotion and installation of 200 megawatts of capacity to install until 2020.
Passo aqui agora a fazer aquilo que seria a radiografia do setor elétrico.
I'm going to present a sketch of the current context relatedly to renewable energies, relatively in terms of relative information which is currently in the sector of energy, in terms of the tax of access that we offer, as it is previewed, which will be through the network of expansion, as well as the contribution of what is going to be isolated systems, domestic systems. And the next point is the legal framework that allows, considering that the old lay of electricity has been approved. We also tackle the capacity of the installed renewable energies. There is also the project of auction. There is also the inclusion of the legal framework of the electricity that previews the integration of 30 megawatts for the integration of the network that corresponds to 10% of what is the installed capacity. And the last aspect is the sketch of the courses of great scale of renewable energies. I also have to thank the project that has been licensed, the Dondo project, which is in the phase of negotiation. This is basically what has been mentioned in the previous slide, which is what could be the project of energy for all as a way to expand electricity for all, so that all Mozambicans can have energy with quality and access to it until 2030. It is such an ambitious objective with a significant contribution to systems of renewable energies. Well, in the prosecution of objectives of the government, it was established what was the guiding plan of the electrical structures that allows to give orientations and establishes practically 10% of what is the integration of renewable energies that corresponds to 30 megawatts until 2030. And this plan is between 2018 to 2023. In this slide, I'm going to present what would be the review of the network code, the national, as well as the procedures to the operation of and maintenance and planification of the national transport network, which also includes the review of 8 regulation instruments which will allow the integration of renewable energies, thus to allow the development in the present approach of the electrical law with integration of renewable energies through a regime of concessions of a regulatory framework, and this will allow things to happen in this sense. I would like to mention this potentiality on renewable energies and what is the sketch in terms of renewable energies previewed as well, and the Act of Renewable Energies, where it is previewed the locals with potential for the development, since the energy with a total of 370 megawatts, in which just 500 megawatts are consumed by Mozambique in the south, center, and north. In these regions and in Maputo and other parts of the country, as a way to turn these projects possible. I'm going to approach the tendencies in terms of preview of the increase of renewable energies in the period of 10 years, with the commissioning of the Mokuba Central and Metoro, with contribution in the future, Mekufu and Dondu, as well as the projects which are included in the ProLer project of renewable energies. This would be the strategy of Prolaire, which is funded by the French, on how the strategy, how does EDM participate in a process of the study, and Alaire would be conducting the process, the opening. I would like to mention that the realization of this project in Meteoro and Mokoba allows us to face with hope, and we commit to other challenges. And very recently, we started the process of the Dondo Solar Central negotiation. If the results of the project of Prolaire, there is a gain it brings together with it for competitiveness and experience, as there are defined places for the study and studies of integration. These are the projects inserted in the Prolaire project, including 3 projects and an aeolic central of Inhambane. Next slide, please. The matter of renewable energies to integrate, they create some kind of disturbance in terms of what would be the tensions. So there is need to have a regulation framework with secure quality previewed. This would allow Mozambique to position in the Southern Africa market and in the market of electricity, and also in relation to the network of electrical networks, which was approved by the decree, which is being reviewed with other elements. This would be the great challenge for the integration of renewable energies, the lack a review of the regulating framework so that it establishes specific standards, as we mentioned, the flow of the short circuit and the frequency, in this way to allow the network. This is what would be the state of the renewable energies, the ones that have been commissioned. 275 megawatts. We have the Dondo Central, which in the phase of negotiation, and in the Lixinga, still carrying out studies. The central of Namahashi also being analyzed, and the great challenges in this context would be the universal access to 2030, the review of the network code for the integration of renewable energies, challenges to EDM because of the technical requisites, the procedures for the integration, and absorption of,
e assim como também
as well
a questão
as
da intermitência. Como se vê,
as you
centrais
know,
de
centrals of renewable energies
variabilidade,
bring a
sendo
variety.
há neste cenário
There is need to allow
que possam
that
interromper,
they can store in the system.
para tal é necessário de
For this to happen, there is need to observe the requisites of the network
dar um
code,
desafio àquilo que é
and this leads
abastecimento
to challenges
estar mais dependente dos produtores independentes de energia, assim como também
as well as
desafia
it challenges
os
the
investidores
investors
incluírem nos
to
seus
include in
planos de
their plans
investimento
of investment
um modelo de negócio
the
incluindo
model of
a questão
business, including
a
the
armazenamento de
storage question,
as centrais de energia
the centrals of renewable
e a
energies,
questão
practically
devido à necessidade de
solar,
criar mecanismos de compensação, podemos verificar que,
mechanisms
por
of
exemplo, os
compensation.
aulas estão, desculpa a expressão, estão a dormir pela
Oh,
necessidade
they
de
are sleeping.
compensação.
I'm sorry for the expression.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Obrigado.
Thank you. I'm going to ask now Dr. Carlos to give some notes about the framework report.
Bom dia. Meu nome é Carlos.
Good
Sou
morning.
da
My
Autoridade
name is
Nacional de
Carlos.
Energia.
I am from the Energy
Esta,
Authority.
esta pequena conferência, nós escolhemos
For
um
this
tema
small conference, we have chosen a theme.
É um tema que tem a ver com a argumentação em que estamos a
It
trabalhar
is a
agora.
theme that has to do
Como
with
foi muito repetitivo,
arguments
definimos este tema
that we are still
apresentar
working
aqui
on,
nesta sessão.
and
Por
to
razão
avoid being
a organização deste evento,
repetitive, we have defined a
na
theme
rede é um
at the
rolo muito
present
novo
in this section.
e em todas as ocasiões que nós temos possibilidade, sempre vamos
I would first like to thank the
temos que ver
organizers
como
of
nós
this
trabalhamos
event and the invitation
para
made to
beneficiarmos de
ARIN.
ganhar.
As you know, ARIN is very new regulator, and every occasion where we have the possibility, we always go because we
A
harvest,
apresentação é simples, tem
we
somente
eat,
o
we
tema
share,
comum,
and in the end,
que era a
we will
abertura
all win.
do programa de leilões renováveis, que problemas já não vou
The
falar, porque
presentation
os
is
colegas já
simple. There is a summary.
praticamente
There is a point
o,
one
o
that
essencial,
was to talk about
né?
renewable energy,
Temos aqui a
but I will
contextualização,
not
o que é
speak because my
esse
colleague
programa,
has
background desse
already
programa,
said this. The
e
special
depois
thing
programas
here.
que têm a ver com a
Here we
energia,
have
produção,
the
políticas nacionais.
contextualization of
Aqui
why
posso comentar que o
there
propósito
was
do
this
evento é
program
exatamente
and why the government decided this
distribuir na rede
program,
toda a energia produzida pelas
and
três
various
maiores, três,
programs
quatro centrais.
that have to do with planning and national policies. Here, I can
Qual é que é
comment
o
that the
tema principal?
purpose is exactly to
Neste
inject
momento,
renewable
o
energy
governo aprovou
from the
o
entire
decreto-lei de
network
3/2021.
for four central networks.
Que aprova
Now is the
regularmente gerar de
main
acesso à
issue.
energia para as zonas fora
At
de
this
lei.
moment, the government
Então, nós
approved the
achamos que
Decree 93
a aprovação deste decreto
2021
abre
that
espaço
approves the
para a
general
massificação do uso
regulation
de
of
energia em
energy
Moçambique.
for off-grid access. So we
O que
think
contém
that the
essa nova lei?
approval
Contém
of this
restrições novas
decree opens
limitadas às
space
atividades de
for the
fornecimento de acesso à
massification of
energia nas
energy
zonas fora
use in
de rede,
Mozambique.
através de mídias redes até 10
What is this
megawatts
regulation
acima deste
about?
projeto.
It contains new principle
São as chamadas
applicable
mídias redes.
to the activities
Quais são
of
os objetivos
energy
principais deste
supply to
decreto?
off-grid
Esta nova lei.
areas through Miles
O regulamento
network
estabelece
up to
três
10
características.
megawatts of energy services.
Estabelece prazo máximo de
What are the
concessão
many
de até
aspects
30
of
anos
credit or regulation? The
e
regulation
também estabelece que a
establishes
atribuição de concessão
three
será feita
network
por concurso público,
categories.
salvo as exceções previstas no
Establish
regulamento.
maximum concession
Também
period
vem
of up
facilitar
to
o
30
estabelecimento
years,
o registro de serviços de
and
energia
also
comercial na área
establish that
do fornecedor.
award of the
A
concession will be
AREN,
made through
no âmbito da legislação ambiental,
public tender
sempre que houver
with exceptions set out of the regulation itself. It will also facilitate the registration energy services which will be done
concurso público, a AREN atua com agente de procurement. Há fases,
arena
fases que são feitas por, no caso do Proler,
which will be done
lidera os estudos,
through 4-5 periods. Whenever the government decides that the production of energy will be done on the basis of a public tender, AREN acts as an agent. There are phases in which, in the cases of Plorer, EDM does the studies and consultants, and then hands over the whole process to AREN, so that AREN can start with the launching of the tendering process and the signing of the contracts, and then does the supervision. What are the main aspects? The approval of the general regulation necessary implies the production of the other regulation, as the name says, general regulation. Other regulation will be approved, and I can even ahead because there is an average of almost 50 packages that contain rules, principles, standards. It is complete package on mid-grids, so I will separate this, for which the regulation on the concession mini-grids of the truck.
Posso compartilhar, ainda não é oficial, mas posso compartilhar alguns dados do projeto que está em estudo. Então, o regulamento de interligação tem como objeto o estabelecimento dos termos, condições e procedimentos aplicáveis à interligação de mini-redes à rede elétrica nacional. Que é exatamente o que estamos a discutir.
The purpose of the integration regulation is to establish terms, conditions, and procedures applicable to the interconnection of the mini-grid and national grid, which is exactly we are discussing given the expansion of the mini-grid connection network. The project, which is still a project, I repeat, because it is not yet been published, neither approved nor published, states the conditions of the interconnection between the mini-grid and electrical grids include the following alternatives which we are trying to protect here.
Acabou também aprovisionando os serviços nas mesmas áreas em que tinham lá os serviços privados. Então houve aqui um pequeno burburinho e com este regulamento também queremos tentar proteger aqueles que inicialmente vão providenciar energia, né? E mais tarde, se a rede elétrica nacional chegar lá, há aqui
later on, if it reaches there,
são apresentadas para esses produtores.
There are some alternatives which are presented to farmers. The regulation contemplates the following alternatives: interconnection to the national grid with the preservation of the mini-grids. I think that it's simple to interconnect to the international grid with conversion of the mini-grid connection to electricity production. There is another opportunity that is given: interconnection to the national grid with the exception of the mini-grid, subcontracting of its operator for the management and distribution and commercialization of electrical energy. And finally, interconnection to national grid with exception of total transfer of activities of the electrical infrastructures that are part of the mini-grid. Also, in the mini-grid's proposal, when someone is going to bid, they should be subjected to a technical tests, because these mini-grids should be prepared to be interconnected to national grids. All the mini-grids, when it's launching the public tenders, all those alternatives, they are put in practice. This
Assim, precisam
proposal
mostrar o seguinte: a viabilidade técnica
will
e
have to
econômica da
demonstrate the
solução,
following technical
incluindo relativamente aos
feasibility,
fins
financial
do
and
posicionamento da
economic
rede. A própria proposta
viability,
tem diversidade,
including in
tem diversidade
relation to the
especificação
clients and customers
do
of the mini grids and proposal for compensation.
organiza o operador privado. O impacto da
Uh,
interligação da rede elétrica nacional e o
the
desenvolvimento do
impact
desenvolvimento do
of the
setor
inspection
de
of
interligação.
this
E por fim, a
electrical
viabilidade e
grid.
continuidade da energia elétrica aos clientes finais.
Finally, the
O colega
reliability and
falou muito
continuity of the
do REG,
mini grids
do
energy
Código de
supply
Regulação,
customers. My colleague spoke
mas na
about the
atual
grid
situação que
code.
estamos
Of
vivendo,
course, it has been reversed,
isso parou.
but in the current situation
A
which
rede
we are,
eletricidade vai ser integrada como
it
base
has
no
not been
atual
stopped.
REG.
He rightly said
Tem que haver uma
there
revisão
will
também vai contemplar
he
a
rightly
integração das
said
redes
there will
renewables
be a revision which will also
no
include the
restante do sistema.
integration
Obrigado.
of the mini grids. For the time being, it's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Carlos Firinda, da Renewable.
Well,
Portanto,
um,
tivemos aqui
we have
apresentações
had already many presentations
quadro regulatório,
that tackles the regulatory framework.
operação.
Then it goes to
Quem é o
operation.
presidente desta área na operação?
Who is in charge of this area of operation is Engineer Lilza. I will invite her to share her experience in this matter.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
A felicitar
Thank you.
aqui a organização do evento.
I would like to congratulate the organizers of the event for bringing us a topic that is so important for Mozambique, that is the integration of renewables and also something new. I would also like to thank them for being chosen in this section to share my presentation on this subject. On the subject of the panel that I'm part of, which is the technical regulation and the report on the integration of renewable energy resources into the grid. I'm going to touch a little on the situation that we are facing with respect to the operation of the systems and the operation of the market, and also look a little bit at the future vision that I am sure will have its importance, looking at the restructuring of the energy sector, and certainly the implementation and approval of the new laws will have its importance. I will also touch a little on the futuristic project that will also have a big impact on the operation of the systems and the market now and in the future. For such, I will make a brief description of how the process of energy dispatch is currently done and bring a small perspective of what we expect to happen and what we hope to change for the future. Also, touch a little in terms of implementation or materialization of the national grid manager. That is a figure that was created and it lacks some materialization to be reaffirmed. And finally, bring also the impact of renewable energy and possible solutions. Well, therefore, the dispatch is currently operated manually. The lack of a centralized management system and national coverage for real-time monitoring for the operation of the grid and the markets it impossible for the electrical system to be observed as such, does not allow there is control of both sources and loads, and so the lack of national dispatch center at the moment does not allow for an optimization of resources, nor of the management of the electrical system itself. In short, in the current situation, there is no economic order looking to the future. One of the biggest gain that we expect is with the implementation of the National Dispatch Center project and other restructurings with the sector that will come with new laws that exist or will recently be approved as a matter of electricity law, but also of other regulations and other regulatory documents, such as the network of code that forces us to materialize management of electric system and some other changes that will take place. And the main one which we think of is the creation of the economic peace. It can be operation of the system, operation of the market, and well, the possibility in real time to balance the system, make it work, and it will be a gain for the bright future it will bring us. It will also possible to balance the new services of other services that been provided for other users. Well, it will also be possible to have efficiency and manage the information of the management of the electrical system and operation of market. Well, here we bring not more than what we have in Decree 42 2025, which is a decree that creates the electrical system management. We also bring what we have in the networking code, the electrical management is not that what we have. In red, we have everything that is described in the documents that were mentioned. We have things that already exist in ADM, or things that are separated in different direction that the company at this moment have. In future, some of activities that some activities are now in different directions will be grouped, which is the electrical management system that will be materialized, and so that they may take a case. I'm not going to mention one by one, but I would like to show that ADM will have to be changed in which that this entity is be created.
algo que já foi aqui tocado pelos
in terms
diferentes
of
oradores.
impact, is
Mas
something
queria
that
também
was
partilhar pouco
mentioned
daquilo
here by different
que foram já apanhados e daquilo que
spokesperson.
se prevê
I would
que
also like to
aconteça,
share
tanto em termos da gestão da rede
what
como do mercado
we
e as
foresee
possíveis
that
soluções
will happen in
para
terms
que
of
a integração
electrical
destas
management and
fontes
operation
variáveis possam acontecer de
for
forma
integration of these sources
suave, tendo em vista
variable so
também a
that they
experiência
may
de outros
happen in a good way,
países e outras empresas congêneres com as quais também
and
há
share
alguma
some
partilha de
other
informação.
countries' experiences,
Está
that there
visível
are
que
information
o
sharing.
crescimento das renováveis
It's
intermitentes
visible that
em
the
outros
growth of the
países teve a sua
renewable
influência
in some
tanto
other
no mercado
countries,
de
they
eletricidade
had
como na
they
operação do
had
sistema.
their influence
Embora não
in in the market of energy
houvesse
and in the
que haja uma
market of
redução de
the
tarifa
system.
comparado com outras
Although
fontes de
it's
geração,
not
uma
proof
vez
that
as
there is
fontes
a
de
reduction of
geração
task compared
renováveis
to
serem
other
de
sources.
fácil aquisição com relação às outras fontes de geração.
Although these
A
sources
localização
are
geográfica
not
destes centros
easy
de
to
cores
get, the
geralmente
geographic
distantes dos centros
localization
de
of
carga
these
podem trazer impacto
centers
negativo naquilo que é a integração
excess of
destas
charge
infraestruturas
can
à
also
rede,
bring
assim como os
negative
seus inversores podem
aspects in
entrar
what
no
is
sistema,
uh,
fazendo com que a
this
qualidade da onde a
infrastructure.
obtenção ou a qualidade de energia sofra
It can also influence
com a integração
in the
destas
bad quality
infraestruturas.
of energy
Também temos a questão da incapacidade de
by
rápida
integration
resposta
of these
à ocorrência
infrastructures.
de falhas da
We
rede
also
devido
have
aos baixos de curto-circuito.
incapacity of
Como solução, temos a necessidade
low
do
circuits.
código de rede para renováveis, que é um
As a
documento que até ao
solution,
momento
we have
não se dispõe,
the demand to
embora seja
renew
algo
the
que
code, the
esteja em
electrical
curso,
code,
mas nós já temos
that
uma
until now
central
we do
renovável
have, though it's
integrada
something
na
that
rede de
we are
grande
working on.
capacidade que é de
We now
Mucuma.
have
Já temos a de Lodi e já
the
temos muitas outras
central, renewable
interligadas. Então,
central, which is
há
integrated in
necessidade
Mukuba
de um
Center.
documento
We
regulatório
also
do código
have
de
many
redes.
others.
É extremamente importante
The
para
need of
garantir
a
a
code
integração
regulatory
destas
is
funcionalidades da
vital
melhor
to
forma
have to
possível.
guarantee
É
the
necessário
integration of these
monitoramento remoto
sources
e
in
integração nos centros de
a good
controle,
way.
ainda
It's
sem a
also
materialização de
necessary
novos espaços. É necessária a implementação de sistemas de
the
armazenamento
control
para
from
garantir
far.
também
It's also
a maior
necessary the
rentabilidade
implementation of storage
destas fontes de
system
geração
to
quando
guarantee
o combustível
that
não
these
está
sources are
disponível. A
profitable
operação e o controle
when
necessitam
the
ser
fuel is
feitos por
available.
técnicos
The control
qualificados
of
e é
operation.
necessário, com certeza, colocar procedimentos
We
operacionais
also need
evoluídos.
qualified
Necessário
staff.
também pautar-se por reforço da rede e por projetos que tragam
Mention that
alguma robustez para que
to be
as
strong,
harmônicas, a intermitência que vem com estas centrais possa ser a mínima possível. Posto isto, obrigada pela atenção dispensada.
Well, thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you. We can now start with the questioning session for both those who are present and the ones who are online. Someone over there. Good afternoon.
Boa tarde.
Luzeiro Tivani.
Aqui Luzeiro Tivani.
Electrotechnical engineer.
A minha questão vai para o ilustre engenheiro Carlos
My question is directed to Engineer Carlos Shirinda from AREN. I would like to know why AREN positions itself as just a procurement agent. I think this has influenced that AREN does not make itself feel that present. It is less spoken, mostly about areas of energy.
A maior entidade que deveria ser reguladora de energias parece estar subordinada.
It looks like it subordinates to EDM, whereas it should be the opposite.
Do que depende, o que é que falta
What is it that
para
is
que a
missing
AREN
that
esteja a
AREN
correr, esteja a dinamizar,
makes
se faça
itself
sentir
the
como
regulating
entidade reguladora?
entity?
Isso vai permitir com que haja
If
competitividade. Mas
AREN
se a
subordinates
AREN
to
está a subordinar-se a
EDM,
EDM,
there will never
nunca
be
haverá aquela
competitiveness,
competitividade, tanto que isso vai
and
gerar
this
algum
will bring
receio
some
por parte
kind of fear
de algumas empresas, falo de
to other
investidores
companies that
internacionais
want
que
to
queiram
invest in
investir em
Mozambique,
Moçambique. Todos estaremos presos. Não
because
digo que a
we'll
EDM
be
não seja uma
stuck
boa empresa. Todos
forever.
seremos presos até sempre atrás da EDM.
But if the
Mas se
regulating
a
authority in
autoridade
Mozambique
reguladora de energias fizesse sentir Moçambique,
makes itself
acho que
powerful,
isso
this will
permitiria que
influence
até
that
algumas
other
instituições de
institutions
ensino pudessem
invest
investir
more
mais
in
na
the
área de
area of
energias
renewable
renováveis.
energies.
Mas há algum receio. Acredito que são duas, ou se não for uma. Aqui em Moçambique, entidade ou instituições que lecionam
I believe the
a área
institutions
de
in
energias
Mozambique
renováveis.
that
Por
deal
causa
with
da AREN,
renewable
mas se a AREN
energies,
fizer sentido,
and there would
hoje
be
acredito que haveria
too much more
muita
competitiveness,
competitividade,
and people
muitos
would
poderão entender do
understand
que está a se
what
tratar.
is really
Então, eu
being
gostava
dealt
de
with.
saber do Luís Engenheiro.
What is
Do
it
que
that
depende
AREN
para que a
depends
AREN
on
possa
so
se
that
fazer
it can
sentir em
make itself
Moçambique,
more
além de
present,
estar a atuar
apart
como
from just
agente de
being an
procurement?
agent of
Muito
procurement?
obrigado.
Thank you
Muito
very much. I
obrigado.
think the
Penso
question
a
has
pergunta
been
ficou bem clara.
clear enough.
Parece que agora é subordinado à EDM, então querem que mude a posição.
We wish the positions were
chefe da EDM.
changed. More
Mas
questions?
pronto, mais questões? Aqui,
Someone in the
por aí.
middle? Good afternoon.
Boa tarde.
Michelle Nyaka, Source Energy. My question is directed to Ms. Nilse. She spoke about the dispatch of the economical situation and a systems operator. She mentioned that in the first phase, who would manage the systems would be an entity from abroad, because we are not yet capable of operating such a system. Being an external entity, I would like to know whether EDM has a plan to operate these systems, on how to make economical dispatches, and to know how this is going to work. Since we do not yet have a network systems, I would like to know how this mechanism, what is the plan that EDM has for a new operator system, with the challenge to operate the network being one thing that has never been experienced before.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. More questions, please. Good afternoon.
Boa tarde, Pedro Chamba, Grupo.
I would like to say the following. The sector of renewable energies in Mozambique is extremely new, and everyone needs to gather strengths in order to reach, to attain goals. It looks to me there will be such a great dynamic in the following years in the sector of energy. It was mentioned that there will be a new law approved by EDM in April, if I'm not mistaken. This makes me believe there are goals in a central level, very ambitious goals. Then my question is directed to the Ministry of Mineral Resources and Energy and AREN. Considering these factors I have mentioned not long, what is the AREN positioning? Thank you. Thank you. Back there. Good afternoon. I'm trained in mechatronic engineering. Engineer Nelson spoke about the effects. I would like to know in terms of percentage, how can we characterize, taxes, the people who are consuming the electrical network in terms of percentage? Thank you very much. Please. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am the Mozambican who was from the generation of the 8th of March in Mozambique. 8th of March was a project of training, science and development of Mozambique. Then we like very much to participate in these kinds of meetings so that we can also be able to help, which is the development of the world as a whole. We have to analyze other countries as they need priority, electricity and water. However, we analyze all the information given, the situation of Mokuba that has been mentioned. Mokuba drives electrical lines from Kaurabasa, but too many districts from Mozambique do not have electricity. That's why I just wanted to raise this question on development of Mozambique. If this project continues on debates, we are going to accelerate debates. Mozambique, as a citizen, has to go for more years, for a century without electricity, without water. This is what I wanted to bring out to our rulers of energy to make a quick management for our people. And thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Sim, vamos daquele lado.
Good afternoon. My question is directed to the panelists in general, because we are speaking about ProLair. We are a small company. We understand ProLair is just for big companies. That's why we went through international companies that win. I would like to understand the following. Is there room for small companies in ProLair? And if there is space, how can these small companies get into it? Thank you. I saw hands being raised this side. Good morning. Edson from Angola. My question is directed to Mr. Shirinda. Relatively to his presentation, we could understand the regulations state 3 rules. The levels of minerals are defined by the number of consumers or other consultative aspect. Thank you. This was the last question this side, so we can go through the answers. Thank you very much. Yolanda Musa. First of all, I would like to congratulate for the organization of this big seminar. At second, just one question for the panelists. Relatively to the communication strategy in all the phases, considering the final objective of storage and integration of renewables and the national network is the universal access of energy until 2030. The other question is directed to the ministry, which has to do with the capacity of production, not only of the equipment that are going to be used in different phases, but reinforcing what has been said by the previous intervenient, the creation of local capacity, mostly what has to do with operations of various systems, considering that our objective is to reduce what can be the hiring of external services. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Ia passar aos panelistas.
I would like to add one question for the panelists, starting from
Começando pelo Guilherme.
what are the challenges that come with the implementation of this new regulating framework? There are projects in course in Iran. That's why the question I would make: what do you think can be done differently for future projects? I would like you to mention a little the impact of the renewables. What were the challenges and solutions? Perhaps we start by the ladies now. I jotted down the 4 questions, but I couldn't get clearly the question of Ms. Yolanda. I'm going to ask her to make the question again relatively to the communication strategy. Tackling the first question, I couldn't get to name the company, but you asked about what I mentioned during the presentation and understood it was a matter of an external entity that would operate a system that had not been operated before. Let me first correct the perception you have, and if others have also had the same. Our laws and the creation of new regulating documents is done at the level of the government and the ministry, who are certainly going to force restructuring of the electrical system. Relatively to this entity, it is called Systems Regulator. It is an entity created through a ministerial decree, Decree 42/2005. In the next decree, which gives EDM temporary responsibility to be the manager of the network. However, what is foreseen in a future universe is that this entity becomes independent. We don't mean there will be an external entity from any place. This entity was created through a ministerial entity, and EDM is now executing this function, and there is a restructuring of EDM. as a way
por
to
forma a materializar esta
materialize,
entidade.
and
E
this
esta
entity
entidade
is the
vai
one that is
ser
going
a
to
que vai
deal with
lidar com os
different layers
diferentes
of the
players do
energetic
setor
system,
energético,
including
incluindo
EDM.
a EDM.
And at this
Neste
moment,
momento, quer seja a operação do sistema como a operação do mercado, são atividades que são feitas pela EDM.
in this
No entanto,
moment,
estas passam para esta
be it
entidade.
the operation of the system or the operation of the market, are activities that are done by EDM. So they get through this entity. I hope I have clarified the misunderstood.
Quis perceber com relação à redução de
I think it was the electrical
durante
engineering
a
student
apresentação.
who would like to understand
Bom, penso que também
about the
houve
reduction of taxes that I mentioned during the presentation and how we could characterize them.
primeiro não era com relação a tarifas
Well, I think there
domésticas
was
que me referia.
also a misunderstanding.
Consumo
Maybe I would have to explain that
e as
first, it was not on domestic
centrais
taxes.
que temos na sua maioria
The consumption of energy.
produtores
Let me
independentes,
say,
ou seja, a
energy
EDM
is
até
business.
pode ter uma coparticipação,
The
mas não é
centrals we have
detentora
in the major
das
part
centrais
are
produtoras
independent
independentes.
producers.
E esta produção de energia
Oh,
que é feita pelos
EDM
produtores
may
independentes,
counter
a EDM
participate, but
depois
it does not
paga
detain
para obter esta
the
energia que é
independent
produzida
producing
e para depois
centrals.
fazer o transporte, a distribuição e a comercialização desta energia que depois serve
EDM
para
pays
o
them
consumidor final,
in
que é
order
o
to
consumidor
acquire the energy
Portanto,
that
quando
is
eu me refiro a
produced
tarifas,
in order
eu
to
me
make the
refiro
transport and
não à
commercialization
tarifa
of the energy to the
doméstica,
consumer,
mais concretamente aquilo que
who
é
is
a
the
tarifa de
domestic consumer.
aquisição desta energia que é
So
produzida
when I
pelas
meant
centrais,
taxes,
que
I did not
comparado
mean
com as
domestic
outras fontes de
taxes,
geração,
but
as
concretely
renováveis
the
podem
acquisition
ser
tax,
mais baratas. Era isto que eu me referia
which
durante a
compared
apresentação.
to other sources of
Ah,
the renewables
Tenho depois
can be
aqui
cheaper.
a questão
This is what
senhora
I
Yolanda,
referred
que eu
to
ia
during
pedir
the
que
presentation.
fizessem a chegar o microfone para esclarecer pouco a questão que eu e os meus colegas do painel
Then
não
there came the
conseguimos
question of
perceber,
Miss Yolanda.
para poder respondê-la de acordo
I
com a
would like you to
expectativa.
hand her the microphone
Enquanto isso,
so she could
vou
clarify
passar
the
para a questão que
question
foi aqui
that
colocada
myself and
pelo
my
nosso diretor,
panel
engenheiro
colleagues
Souza.
could not be able to answer according
Quis
to her
saber qual é o
expectation.
impacto da rede ou que se
In the
verifica na
meanwhile, I'm
rede
going to answer the question
com a integração de Cuba
of Engineer
e a
Souza,
intermitência
who wanted to know the
advém
impact of
da
the
própria
network,
geração.
one that is verified with the integration of Makuba
Na geração
and the
renovável e
intermittence which comes
com
from
certeza
its
garantir
management.
que
Well, one of the
primeiro
important
hajam
factors
outras centrais não
in
renováveis ou
the
pelo menos não
renewables
intermitentes que
is
possam
surely
garantir
to ensure
o balanço do
that
sistema, ou seja, que quando há alguma variação
there are other
na
centrals,
produção
not
planificada pelas
renewables,
renováveis por
that may be
conta
able to ensure
do tempo
the
da variação
system
solar, da
balance
radiação ou mesmo
when
do vento, estas outras centrais
there
possam
is a leak
automaticamente
which is
fazer
not
o balanço do
planned
sistema e compensar aquilo
because of solar
que é a
radiation
demanda
or
do
even of
sistema.
the wind
E nós contamos
and other scenario,
com a geração da
it may
HCB para fazer
compensate
automaticamente
the demand
balanço
of the
sempre
system.
que há alguma variação da central fotovoltaica de Mucuba,
And we
neste
count
caso.
on the
É
generation
necessário
of
também dotá-las de
HCB so
equipamentos
that
que
whenever there is a
monitorem
variation of
a
the
qualidade
voltaic central in
da
Makuba,
energia que é injetada por estas centrais, por forma também a fazer uma
We also need
avaliação
equipment that monitor the
dos
quality
ânicos
of energy
que vêm
that is
para a rede
injected
com a integração
by
destas
these
centrais e
centrals
como
as way
tal
to make an
propor alguma
evaluation
melhoria aos produtores independentes com relação ao impacto
that come to the
negativo
network
que a
with the
central
indication of
pode
these
ter e para
centrals
Mucuba.
and then
Nós
propose improvements to the independent producers
cuidado.
in
Também
regard to the negative impact
sentimos no princípio,
that the
porque
central may
é a
have,
nossa primeira
and
experiência, algum
Makuba,
constrangimento em termos de
we had this care.
conhecimento de como lidar
We
com esta
also
nova fonte de
felt in the
geração,
beginning, because
mas
this
à
was
medida que
our
o tempo
first
foi passando e
experience,
fomos
some
avaliando cada
constraints in
cenário
terms
e
of
verificávamos,
knowledge
quer seja de
of
intermitência,
how
seja
to
uma
deal with
perturbação que
this
acontecia à
new
rede,
source of
e estamos agora num momento em
generation.
que podemos dizer que temos
As time passed, we
algum
realized
conforto com
there was a
relação a esta
disturbance
rede.
in the
Não menos
network,
importante também
and we are now in a moment we can say we have some comfort relatively to this. Not less important,
é
but
dotar
also
o sistema de
adopt
equipamentos de
the
compensação
system of
que possam também
compensation
ajudar
equipments
aquilo que
that
são as
can
principais
help
intermitências
in
que estas
the
trazem.
disturbances. Thank you.
Muitíssimo obrigada pelo facto de me concederem mais
Thank you very much
para poder falar.
for allowing me more
Questão é
time
muito
to speak.
simples. Eu
My
coloquei
question is
as
very
duas
simple.
perguntas. Qual é a estratégia de comunicação
It's on the following. What is the communication strategy in all the phases?
por esta brilhante iniciativa?
I once more congratulate Aller for this brilliant initiative,
São associações que estão a
because these are entities of the civil society that are promoting this seminar. My question was directed to the Mozambican government, the Ministry of Mineral Resources.
direcionada à eletricidade de Moçambique.
It's a question which is also directed to Electricidade de Mozambique. What is the communication strategy in all phases of implementation of different projects that have been mentioned, considering that all we have been doing is to reach the universal access to electricity?
E os prestadores de serviço, ou também temos em conta aquilo ou aquele que é
Are
o
we just
último
considering
que é o
the
tal
suppliers,
consumidor doméstico.
or we are also
Mas para nós
considering
chegarmos até o
the
consumidor,
domestic
temos,
consumer?
de facto, estas diferentes etapas.
For us to get to the domestic consumer, there are these details to consider. That's why I would like to know what is the strategy that exists in Mozambique relatively to all that is being done in this area.
Com relação ao acesso universal,
Well, relatively to the universal access until 2013,
adiantar que
although it is not my area, I can advance that many actions of incentive to the final consumers,
as novas ligações. Nós temos projeto que se chama
to
Pro
new
Energia,
links.
projeto
We have a project called Pro Energia
a fazer
that above
aos
all
diferentes consumidores
is
de forma massiva, por forma que a gente
doing links to different consumers in a massive way, as a way that we can accomplish with the mission until 2030. It was published by social media that in order to have the electrical contract between the EDM and consumers, the government has benefited from a fund that was not necessary, that the payment for the contract was made between EDM and the domestic consumer. We have a strategy to
aqueles que tenham as suas construções,
broaden
pelo menos não estejam preocupados
so that everyone who has their constructions should not be worried with the payment of the contract between EDM and the final consumer. This is what I can advance relatively to communication regarding the universal access. Thank you.
Bom, obrigado, engenheiro. Podemos passar a ouvir o
Thank
regulador.
you, engineer. The regulator or the government?
O regulador fala, depois o governo vai fechar.
The regulator is going to speak, then the government will close. Thank you. I mentioned 5 questions, and somehow the 6th with I will be brief because of the time. We are talking about competencies, and the first question: why does AREN act as a current agent? AREN has too many competencies. If you want to have a look on the AREN competencies, you can resort to the BR. I usually say AREN is one of the cleaning products 3 in 1. Why do I say this? It's because it acts, it rules, it supervises, it applies fines, it represents the country in 3 big areas in the country. The generation of electricity until the last consumer. This is one of the examples. Till it reaches the client. From the production until the commercialization of liquid products. And also in the area of natural gas, when it comes to distribution and transport. It has too many competencies, and there is as well a 4th competence. AREN intervenes in atomic energies. It is a very strong regulator. In regard to procurement in the tenders, when there is a public tender, in regard to the production of energy, AREN acts as an agent of procurement. I think the regulator wants to allow to broaden public tender, in this case EDM, that conducts preliminary studies. AREN is an independent agent. It is well that it is so. We have the function to supervise. This is the first aspect. It is obvious a doubt, but if you have a look on the law, the second aspect has to do with the deliberation of the electricity business. The current law, well, we know electricity is an expensive business. Produce energy and transport. It is not a peanuts business. It demands big investments. That's why there is not another company transporting electricity from Agasibe to Maputo. The new law has just been approved by the Assembly of Republic with new innovations that allow new things.
facto, há abertura.
Whoever wants can produce energy on transport.
Milhões, né?
There is space for that.
A outra pergunta foi colocada
It
tem a ver
turns out
com
it's a millions
se
business.
pequenas empresas têm espaço no
The
proleto.
other thing has to do with
Sim, tem
small
espaço.
companies that have space in
que tem
Proler. Yes,
é mais
they
limitado,
have space,
porque
but
o proleto
the
tem
space they have
tem uma parte
is mostly in the part of
olhou-se para esse lado do governo, olhou para esse lado
in the part of
as empresas
local
pequenas
content.
estivessem representadas
The government had special attention to this side and allowed Proler to have these projects.
condições para, por exemplo,
The winning companies have to look for partners, and if they have conditions, they can build.
na fase da gestão é tudo que tem.
Because one of the great challenges in this business is mostly the phase of construction, mostly if you have to use advanced technology, and you don't need a lot of suppliers.
Digamos, montagem dos painéis.
Mostly in the phase of setting the panels
Eu falei
and so forth.
mini grids. Há espaço mais amplo porque os megawatts vão até 10.
I mentioned the mini grids because there is a broadened space reaching up to 10 megawatts. There is a lot of room. What is going to happen is, because it's going to be a public tender,
Entrar no mercado terá que se preparar.
if a company wants to enter the market, it has to get ready because there is the financial issue. Not all companies are going to be able to have their own financing, mostly because most companies do not have this capacity. We think this mini grid project gives room for small companies. If we are ready for this. The fifth question
A quinta questão foi feita pelo moderador. Tem a ver com os novos projetos.
was made by the moderator, has to do with new projects.
Piloto que é o Redondo. E a estratégia feita foi no sentido de começamos com não
We had a project which was the Dondo, which is exactly for us to have lessons, recommendations on the following projects. Currently, studies are being finalized. A working group involving all entities, Proler, EDM, AFD, European Union. I think I haven't forgotten anyone. We take collective decisions, and there is a committee that takes high decisions. We decided to relieve some of the requisites because of the level of funds of each company, and we also reduced the integrated capacity in terms of megawatts produced in Africa. So if you're going to compare the charges, you are going to notice a difference because of the lessons we have learned from the Proler project. And finally, there is a question on the strategy of communication. The first attribution of REN is to look at the rights of the consumer. And actually, this is my area. We have started working on this issue. We are having meetings with associations, one or twice, aiming at developing better communication with consumers, because sometimes this strategy is not visible for the final consumer. And these were the questions. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's now give space to the government.
Muito obrigado por esta oportunidade. Não para
Thank you very much
das questões. Tenho
for this
anotado
opportunity.
muitas questões. A primeira
I have noted some questions, and the first
a questão
is related to the liberation of the electricity market. It is important, most think, that the Ministry of Natural Resources, besides bringing up policies, it has also to ensure the development of the energy market as a way to ensure the energy industry. The new law gives space of participation to the private sector through a regime of concessions and an appropriate framework together with my colleagues of panel relatively to the question of the manager of the national network. It also contributes for this limitation. So for the liberation of market of energy, we won't be able to manage the Decree 42, the functions of the EDM as the network manager. It is necessary to deceitful because of the attraction of the investment. And the second question, which is related to the strategy of communication. This is one of the assumptions, but in general we have worked in consultation with our partners EDM. All projects and all initiatives that aim at developing their activities in the electrical sector, and we have received letters together with our partners EDM and the Ministry of Land and Environment. The authorization to the research on the environmental impact. We have also worked together in favor of the production of analysis, as well as in terms of integration, as well as studies of the market until the concession. Having in this issue, as well as I had elucidated in my presentation, that there is a strategy of communication in which we have EDM having a specific role at the part of procurement and the study of viability. It is on EDM to analyze the whole process of the public tender and the ministry that issues the concession. So let's say we are in a good way and we are getting better. The other question I would like to refer she referred about the capacity of production, the directorate plan of the electricity plants, which aims at giving guidelines on the projects of the generation, in terms of the future demand to accommodate the projects of renewable energies, to emphasize that the guiding plan of 30 megawatts until 2043, and to finish, I have answered the question made by the moderator on what the challenges would be. The expansion of the supplier industry has to attend to the strategical plans as well as the universal access, as well as the industrialization is one of the challenges, considering this is one of the potentialities we have as resource, the new hydroelectric centrals and thermoelectrical centrals that are going to warm in this sense. Energies of renewable energies in their nature as they are intermittent in their nature, so that these technologies can attend the requisites so that there is a safe functioning and of quality in the system. And this implies the review of the national electricity. I believe we are all enabled, and without a code we would fall apart. That's why I say there is need of a code, the code of renewable energies that is going to complement the other regulations that we lack, that establishes the technical requisites to have access to electricity. Thank you. Thank you very much, all speakers who brought up relevant aspects. The approval process, the lei brings some innovations, and there is need of having some renovations. Probably it is worth accelerating the process. This can somehow clog or retard, so there is need to accelerate as soon as possible. Well, on what regards the dispatch, as Engineer Nielsen mentioned, I believe there are things being done about this case. And the law also mentions the study of the network. So a new entity will be created by power of the implementation. I think small companies can accommodate, but I believe there will be need to reinforce the capacity. It may be that maybe before there was a commission, the company can, there can be mechanisms of fiscalization. There has to be a mechanism of control to ensure the capacity, so that in the coming year it is going to be us Mozambicans working on these projects. A clear example, Proler was launched and being a public tender. Many companies participated, and because of that, low tariffs were applied, and as a result there were competitive prices. I would like to think, and we are now going to interrupt for lunch. We are a little late. If we could have our meal quickly. We wish we got better at 2 o'clock. We are all invited for the lunch, and it is going to be in the saloon right on the left side. And we have interesting topics for the afternoon. And also the question of funds that is going to be approached. And as to finish, I would like an applause for our speakers. Good appetite. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rita. I have the pleasure of being here and thank the presence of all speakers and participants in this event, in the room and online. ALER, from its genesis, has worked on the promotion of renewable energies in Portuguese-speaking countries. One of the initial objectives was that's why we are very happy. Be it in Mozambique and in Angola, these associations have been created. We are going to have the signature of the memorandum between ALER and the Renewable Energies Association, today represented by. I would like you to join on stage. Thank you. This was the first step of cooperation. That's why I would like a round of applause. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Let's get back to our session. We have the panel that's going to speak about the international experience on management of renewable energies. We were supposed to have 3 panelists, one of them 2 remotely, but we are facing some technical difficulties. So there will be a presential one from Total, and I would like him to join on stage. this system has interest because being in this area of storage, there is need to get experiences of others who are working on similar projects. That's why it will be interesting listening to their experience as a way to capitalize the experience to our country.
So let me take this time to thank you so much and thank the organizers for inviting me to make a presentation at this very important conference. My presentation is going to give you a background to SAP. It will give you a view of SAP membership. Then we will look at the issue of renewable energy resources in the region in terms of potential. And then we will look at how, as a power pool, we create an enabling environment for grid integration for renewable energy resources. So just as a background for those of you who might not be familiar with the Southern African Power Pool, it was established in 1995 and it's established as an organization under the Southern African Development Community, SADC, through the signing of an intergovernmental memorandum of understanding by the 12 mainland member states. Its objectives are to coordinate the planning and operation of the electricity business in SADC, to facilitate cross-border electricity trading, to promote regional cooperation in power projects, particularly generation and transmission infrastructure. And of course, to ensure that we do get investments in the energy sector, particularly from those that use electricity intensively. Let me move on to focus on membership. We've got 3 membership categories. The first one are called National Power Utility Member, which looks at those utilities that are owned by the governments. The next one is Operating Member, and this is meant to address those members whose operations have a significantly high impact on the sub-grid. We normally measure that impact by anybody who is connected with capacity of 300 megawatts and above. Then lastly, we've got what we call market participant. And this is where we would want to accommodate anyone who wants to come and participate in trading on the SAP market, as long as they've got a minimum of 5 megawatts and they are interconnected to the SAP grid. Currently, we have 18 members, 12 of those being national power utilities, 6 being independent power producers, independent transmission companies, and a market participant. 4 of those are in Zambia and 2 are there in Mozambique. SAP is currently processing a number of applications, particularly from independent power producers from various countries. And importantly to note that most of them are renewable energy producers. What's the landscape like as far as renewable energy is concerned in the region? I want you to take note that a key priority for SAP is to reduce the level of carbon dioxide associated with power generation and to increase the participation of generation from variable renewable energy resources. At the same time, SAP still has the mandate to ensure that the electricity is reliable and it's economic for all the consumers in the region. SAP is aware that the region has vast wind and solar resources, that the countries are at various stages of exploiting these resources to meet their climate change target in the nationally determined contributions. And therefore, SAP would want to play a key role in assisting the governments in achieving those environmental objectives. These 2 maps just show you, the one on the left shows you solar potential in terms of average annual energy output in Southern Africa. And this was taken from the Global Solar Atlas. And you can see that there are vast resources of solar energy that need to be exploited. The one on the right shows you wind potential in terms of average wind speed in the sub-region, and this is taken from the Global Wind Atlas. Once again, you see that there are portions within the Southern African region where we have got significant wind speed, which needs to be exploited for power generation. We are aware that the interconnected subgrid needs to be able to absorb the intermittent or variable production of renewable energy in a way that does not jeopardize the system security and management of the overall power market. In other words, we are aware, because of the weather dependence of wind and solar, there is an impact on the grid, particularly to the system operators, which needs to be managed. Best practice has shown that the bigger a regional market that exists, the more robust will be the regional integration of variable renewable energy resources. And these lessons are drawn from what's happening in Europe, in the Americas, in Australia, as well as in Asia. To integrate large amounts of variable renewable energy efficiently, a regional market along with sufficient grid infrastructure is needed in order to provide efficient transfer of surplus energy to deficit areas throughout the region. So that's the key balance that needs to be created. The power system operating procedures should also allow mitigation to variability of these renewable energy resources. SAP therefore enables integration of variable renewable energy resources through the following. Number one, strong transmission connectivity. Number two, appropriate market portfolios. And finally, appropriate system operating requirements. Let's look at these more closely. In terms of interconnectivity, I'm just showing you there a diagram that shows how the countries are interconnected by very strong transmission lines with voltages varying from as low as 110 kV, but as high as 533 kV HVDC. And you see that most of the countries are actually interconnected by several lines. That's increasing the strength. We do take note that we still have 3 countries that are not yet interconnected to the rest. That is Angola, top left, and then top right, we've got Tanzania and Malawi. I'm happy to indicate that a project is ongoing, as you are aware, from Mozambique to connect Mozambique to Malawi. And then a project is also ongoing to connect Tanzania to Zambia. We've just completed feasibility studies for a connection of Angola to Namibia, and we do hope that project will reach financial closure very soon. Feasibility studies are also ongoing for other interconnections, particularly DRC, Zambia, as well as Mozambique to Tanzania. That would then provide very strong connectivity among the sub-members. The second enabler I mentioned are the power markets. SAP has gone through quite an evolutionary change as far as power markets are concerned, starting with the obvious bilateral contracts, moving on to a short-term energy market, until we then established a day-ahead market in 2009. As we speak today, the portfolios that we have that are managed under SAP are the ones I've shown in blue. That is the day-ahead market, the forward physical markets, which are month ahead and week ahead, the intraday market, which basically is an hour ahead market. Then this last month, we have launched what we call a balancing market, which is a close to real-time market, which the system operators can use to balance supply and demand. We are expecting in the future to be introducing ancillary services market, which will help to provide reserves, to provide voltage support, We're also hoping to introduce financial markets. And we do think there could be scope for a specific renewable energy market that looks at suppliers that supply renewable energy and some large consumers that would want to record how much of their consumption is renewable energy. Now, for us to be able to really see how the market assists as far as renewable energy is concerned, I just want you to look closely at this representation, where you can see that the market itself offers various portfolios or tools that renewable energy sellers can take advantage of. And these will support the system controllers in managing any changes that happen in generation from renewables. So we start off on the left with the forward physical market, monthly and week ahead. This will be split into time of use. In other words, peak, standard, and off-peak. With month ahead, I've shown the off-peak and non-off-peak, but we now also have peak, standard, and off-peak available as well. Then you've got the day ahead market, where indeed what you have are physical contracts where market equilibrium is achieved a day ahead. In other words, this is a kind of an auction system for available energy. Then on the day, the traders will be able to also offer and buy within an hour ahead of energy on the market. The settlement and financial management is done by SAP, and this ensures that there should be no default in this market. Any seller should be able to be paid. We do also have a market surveillance unit which monitors what happens to ensure that there's transparency and there's confidence on the market. If you move on to where the transmission system operators, that's TSOs, get involved, we start first with what I've mentioned, that we've launched the regional balancing market. And the system operators will be able to see opportunities to be able to buy or sell off part of their supply in order to balance it when there are any changes, particularly in wind speed, in the solar disappearing. The system operators will be able to balance that off. And lastly, we have the fact that the national control centers through system operation are able to provide real-time balancing of supply and demand. And those services include controlling frequency, controlling voltages, and properly balancing the system. Thus ensuring that we have got a robust and reliable interconnected system, even if it's being fed by variable renewable energy. So it's clear that as far as integration of renewable energy resources are concerned, the intraday market and the balancing market are the most important, and they play key roles. The production will be part of the variable renewable energy production will be part of the portfolio, of course, in the day ahead market. But what goes into this schedule will be based on day ahead forecast of wind and solar. Even though we know a lot of developments have gone ahead in coming up with very sophisticated models for forecasting, we still know that there will be some gaps. In other words, the forecast won't be accurate enough to determine what exactly will come out of those wind plants and the solar plants. The intraday market therefore offers the opportunity to allow market participants to trade themselves into balance when they come to the actual day of delivery. In other words, when they now have clarity of what comes out from their plant. The balancing market then offers the opportunity for the system operators to be able to balance any gaps that are further created as you get closer to delivery of energy. And this is where the markets really provide a very good solution to the changes that take place from renewable energy. This shows you a typical daily curve. As you can see from the bottom, you've got 1 to 24, which is the number of hours in a day. But what I've done there is to stack the various sources of energy. In other words, nationally, you would have your own supply, which is what I've called own production, right at the bottom. And then after that, you then have your bilateral contracts, and you now start going into your competitive market, starting with your month ahead, and then you have your week ahead. You then move into your day ahead market, which then tries to close in the gaps towards the shape of the daily load curve. And then, of course, you have your intra-day market trying to close the final gaps at the ends. After that, will then come in your balancing market to make sure that you balance everything off. That's as far as the role of the markets. Let's briefly look at the role of system operations in this whole process. From the operating rules of SAP, each control area operator is supposed to provide sufficient generation capacity under automatic generation control to continuously balance its generation and its interchange schedules to its load to provide its contribution to the interconnected frequency regulation. So that's key and very important. Then every operating member is obliged to maintain their calculated portion of operating reserve, which should be sufficient to cover a defined percentage of the loss of the sent out capacity of the largest generating unit that will be in service in the interconnection at that given time. This operating reserve shall be sufficient to reduce the area control error, which is the error that happens when you try to balance your schedules and your actuals, to zero within a specified time period after loss of generation. What SAP has agreed is that 50% of that operating reserve shall be spinning reserve. In other words, it will come from plant that is connected but with a gap not being supplied. And the balance will come from quick reserve. And this quick reserve will respond, sorry, the spinning reserve would then respond automatically to any frequency deviations. That's if you've got any changes in renewable energy outputs, your spinning reserve should be able to respond quickly to cover that gap. Additional resources shall be made available as soon as practicable to restore the necessary operating reserves after the initial reserve has been used as a result of an incident. In other words, this provides you with an opportunity of continuously ensuring that you do have adequate reserves. And each control area shall ensure that they provide sufficient regulating reserves. So in conclusion, the subgrid is getting strengthened to increase its ability to support increased renewable energy penetration through planned additional interconnectors and transmission strengthening. The sub-competitive market, which has continued to grow over the years, assists in handling variability of some of the renewable energy resources such as wind and solar. Sub-operating and system control requirements assist in mitigating the impacts of variability of certain renewable energy resources. Other aspects are being considered to ensure system reliability in increased renewable energy penetration in the subgrid. And these include how to forecast the outputs, weather forecasts, and also how to ensure that storage is used in the best way from a regional perspective. I thank you.
Thank you. We had Steve Dewis from Harare. I ask now Claudio Boca to intervene. You have the word. Good afternoon, everyone.
Posso ter a apresentação, por favor?
I'm looking for a slide. Is there any difficulty? Well, as we wait for the presentation, well, it's already here. Take place. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Claudio Book. I'm from Total Energies, and most possibly ask why is it that Total Energies will be in a conference of renewable energies. Truly, what we understand, what the world has understand, is that the sector of energy is transforming itself. Great petrol companies, without a petrol company, there is no sense. We are all transitioning to renewable energies, and we are aware of that. We have big ambitions in this sector, so we look forward to our objective is to serve our clients with clean and renewable energies without emissions and in a sustainable way, but keeping the same level of, which is a great challenge. We all know that in the decade of transition, in the sense of production of petrol, the objective is to maintain the same level of production that we had in 2019. We are betting on the production of gas as a source of transition energy, and we want to double the quantity of gas that we produce and triple the quantity of renewable energies we bring to the world. I mean, there is such a great effort in this area. This started in 2016 when we had our first central of renewables, but now in 2021 we have 10 gigawatts to the world. Our ambition is to increase to 35 until 2025, which is a great challenge for a company like Mozambique that has the demand which is around 1 gigabyte. Just Total has enough energy to supply to Mozambique 10 times the current consumption. We are growing quickly and we're having new lessons I would like to share. Our portfolio for 2015 is actually global. We invest mostly in Europe because it's a developed market and has all the bases for renewables, a regulating strong base, much more resistant. We are a little retarded in Africa. We still have a long way to go. Getting to the topic of today's discussion, which is about the storing and related to renewable sources. Storing is a technology. Well, today we speak about technologies, but it has to be planned, studied, operated, and has costs. And looking at the use of batteries being in or out of the network has a different complexity. Different batteries used in the network have different functions in and out of the network. Maybe it is clearer as one of the best solutions because it reduces the quantity of alternative sources of energies, as it is said. We get to bring more clean energy through batteries in the network. Maybe it is simpler because the function of the battery is different.
Fazer o load shifting spinning reserve que o Mr. D acaba de mencionar.
Then the other functions we have to choose. But in all of this, it is really important that the use of the batteries is planned correctly. And this is not just on the investors and buyers at a central level, but also to the operator of the network. You cannot develop a project of batteries alone. We have to make a combination with the collaborators of the network. As I mentioned, the batteries have various uses, but we can't look at the batteries as just only form of storing. The diverse storage, the storage of water in a dam can function as the storage of energy. Using a dam to control the flow of water is way to store energy, which is being used for long. We now have the production of hydrogen. We produce and we use it later as a different source of energy. This is also a way of storing. In South Africa, they speak a lot about peakers plants, which are gas centrals used in the peak period. During day hours, there is more consumption of energy. This is also considered because other ways of storage, the batteries do not have the same costs as other batteries. When we look at batteries in the sense of use for network, we can count with the size of smaller batteries than if it were for an off-grade. Well, I'm just prompting some ideas as a way for us to understand that when we speak about storage, there are too many ways to make this happen. The batteries may be seen a different way as long as we reach the same objective. These ones are cheaper, but they answer to local needs. So, in total energies, we do not just look at the batteries as for storage, but as a whole, regarding this sector of energy in each country, looking at the needs of each country. Then I invite Mozambique and Angola so we speak more about this question of storage and what are the concrete needs of these two countries and others so that we have solutions that may respond to your needs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for intervening.
Como disse, íamos só ter aqui dois oradores deste painel. Vamos passar a sessão
Let's get to the questions,
as duas apresentações.
to both presentations. There are no questions.
Aqui à frente, aqui.
Good afternoon and thank you very much for the opportunity. We are speaking about renewable energies in Mozambique and Angola, so we can speak about Africa. Why not hydrogen? Hydrogen as the matter of storing and transport. What's the position of Total for the importing of energies? For the countries that do not have the rest power pressure, what indications do you have? Thank you very much. More questions? Good afternoon, everyone. My question is directed to Mr. Manduk. I would like to know, when the batteries break, where do they go? For normal trash, what's there, and is it environmental trash? Thank you very much. Anyone else? Well, I think lunch turned things awkward. Well, at least for us men, because I see women are speaking and men are kind of sleeping. Well, I have two questions relatively to Total. I know Total have been selected for the project in Dondo. Maybe you would share your experience with us and this process of selection, how you got to reach there. And a second question, what was said, the experiences relatively to the renewable energies, what challenges you expect to meet in the phase of operation in the Dondo Central. Relatively to Steve Dewar from ECCP, I would like to know how he sees Mozambique. Mozambique is a country that has played a relevant role in the production of energy. I mean, Carabassa, but we're now getting into the era of renewables, and Mozambique has great potential. How do you see the role of Mozambique in the level of the region, and also to know the positioning of ECCP relatively to the regulations because once it is interlinked, it affects the whole region.
Em relação à questão da regulação das intermitências resultantes das renováveis.
Well, we can start by Claudio, then get to Steve Dewar. Thank you very much for the questions that have been raised. Now, about the exporting and importing of hydrogen. The production of hydrogen is, yes, a complex process, and there are not many countries the production of hydrogen is a complex process that not all countries will be able to adhere because of the costs. But hydrogen has to be used for something. To import or export hydrogen, there have to be correct contracts so it can happen, and also the need. Nowadays, most of the uses of hydrogen are in Europe, so for them to import hydrogen from other countries, it makes sense because they have the demand. Whereas for us to produce in Africa, we produce to export in a commercial sense, which makes sense, but we also have to think about our needs. If we use energy to produce hydrogen to export, maybe we are endangering our own consumption. So we have to think on what really makes sense in a technological viewpoint, but it makes sense for who needs hydrogen to do this kind of importing or exporting. About the batteries, well, it is exactly as was saying. Batteries are not the only way of storing energy. There are other ways to store energies. We just have to resort to them whenever necessary. As per where batteries go, I can't say I have all experience to clarify that. Batteries are not here for long. They are a new technology, so let's see in the next years how they are treated. And I believe there are enough environment takers who are really caring for this aspect. About the drone experience, I would like to congratulate the government of Mozambique for the way they ruled in the last years, being the first project in auction in Mozambique. There are lessons taken and room for improvements in both sides, the side of the government and the players. For me, the Donjo experience was good, but we had many lessons, and one of them was taught by Gonçalves Ferrar from Enfasec, who emphasized the need to go on site, a mistake we have usually committed, as it is said. We did not have the detail what Donjo is, the surroundings and the project, and as we have some, me for example, I would defend and I would advise everyone, all the investors, to participate, and I would say you need to follow Gonçalves' advice. You should go there, see, before you submit proposals. On the other hand, on what regards to the public tender, I think this is a feeling of Total, who was previously prepared in the process of negotiation with entities in Mozambique. Then and I think it was worth it. Challenges during operation. It is easy to think, idealize what we think, if not challenges, but we also learn a lot in these conferences when we hear from others from Scatec who mentioned this morning a list of challenges. Some of them they were not contemplated in our list, but challenges that are specific to Dondo, which are practically the same that were evidenced in Makuba. The lack of material, personal around the area. Simply any difficult would be felt whenever new technology was brought to a remote zone. We are aware of the challenges and think we are ready. We are going to face this one and possibly others in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you to establish contact with Steve Dewar relatively to the raised questions.
Thank you so much for those very interesting questions. Let me reiterate that indeed Mozambique is playing a key role in the Southern African power pool, both from an operation point of view as well as from a trading point of view. They are participating in a lot of the markets that are there. Now, when you look at the resources in Mozambique, you will notice, first of all, that there is a huge resource of hydro at Cabora Bassa. And that hydropower resource is critical in terms of balancing any variability from intermittent renewable energy. So that role will continue to be there as there is increase in renewable energy taking place. Secondly, we are aware that there are huge gas resources in Mozambique. And we believe when part of that gas is used as gas to power, it's critical in providing a transition towards increased renewable energy because gas plants can be used for balancing supply. Now, when we come to the actual renewable energy resources, there is potential for wind and solar in Mozambique. And I see that as we go into the future, a lot of wind plants and solar plants will be developed in Mozambique. The transmission grid and the hydro that I've mentioned will help in providing balance to any variability that comes from those resources. And also because Mozambique is strongly connected in the region with lines to South Africa, lines to Zimbabwe, and now you're connecting to Malawi. We know right now there are studies to increase connectivity to Zimbabwe as well as connectivity to Zambia and later on to Tanzania. With that strong connectivity, we believe a lot of renewable energy projects can be developed in Mozambique. And part of that, of course, will be used in Mozambique itself, but there will be opportunity to even trade part of that within the Southern African power pool. I believe one of the questions you made reference to regulation. And if you were then making reference to regulation in the energy sector, what I would comment is we are happy that most of the countries in the region, if not all now, have national energy regulators. So those who provide the regulation as far as what happens within the country. When it comes to what happens regionally, we do have an association of regulators, the Regional Energy Regulators Association, RERA, and that coordinates the level of regulation that is required from a regional perspective. For example, right now, they are coordinating the development of a regional grid code, which would then ensure that even connection of renewables is done in such a way that it has very little negative impact on the grid. I hope I've answered your questions. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Acho que foram
Thank you very much. I think the questions have been answered and they summarize what we could appreciate in this panel. ECCP mentioned members because they have many members and they're having many requests on renewables to accommodate what renewable are. There is a question on the countries that are members. As Steve Dewar mentioned, we need to have regulators who bring it as a relevant role for integration of renewables as they are interlinked, affecting countries in the region. Relatively to Total, who seeks new room in the market, in fact, it would help clarify. We look at Total and we think about fuel, and this drives our attention away. But with the explanation, it has been clear that what Total is seeking. And about the batteries, we believe the authorities are surely working on this. Their cycle of life. This is a task for the environment takers. About the Donge experience, in order to have a correct proposal, reaching this point, we need to know who applies for the tender so that typical situations can be avoided. I would like to thank them both for being here with us. I would like applauses. Thank you very much. Let's now get to the following panel, which is going to talk about options of storage. Well, we have 5 panelists. 4 are going to participate virtually and 1 presentially. Sofia Simões, Pedro Coutinho. I would like Pedro Coutinho to join us. Mark Cressel and Cabal, and later on. So let's start in this sequence. I do not know if they are connected, the ones who are online. Let's start with the first one in our seconds. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity of being here. I'm going to speak on the storage of energies in hydrogen form. I'm going to share my screen with you. I hope you can see my presentation, right? I guess so. I'm trying to be quick. I do not have much time. Just to tell you that I come from the National Laboratory in Portugal. We work in a series of areas of geology, including hydrogen, that is involved in different competencies for being an energetic factor. Very particular, I'm going to speak about how to use hydrogen to store energy. And this is possible because, as you can see in the figure, hydrogen can be produced in various different ways, and it can be consumed in various different ways as well. That's why I'm showing in this picture. We make it to produce hydrogen through water, which is the option too much used in Portugal, using renewable energy, but can also be electricity from different sources. And then hydrogen produced by biomass can be used in different ways. and transported in different ways, used with industrial raw material, used to supply cars. It can also be used to produce heat. And one of the options that interest is maybe the one I've mentioned. It can function because we can keep hydrogen in different ways. This can be one of the ways to store energy. Alternatively, for example, batteries to store electricity. One of the questions is that during rushing hours, we use electricity, which is solar, or aeolic, which is more difficult to dispatch. With this energy that needs to be consumed exactly at the moment by the consumers of electricity, we produce hydrogen through water, and this can be stored in tanks or pipelines or imported. One of the options will be to use the hydrogen to produce electricity, though there will be losses, important ones. The matter of different options to store electricity. On the left side, you can see different options to store electricity. The temporal scales, which are different minutes, days, and even months. We see the needs and capacities that we're talking about them to store. So there are different reasons for us to store electricity, but hydrogen has an important role with many colors because we have solutions that allow us to store electricity in the scale of minutes, seconds, and in the scale of days. That are the batteries in particular. Hydrogen is a little different from the batteries because it allows us to store major volumes of electricity to the scale of months, days, and one extension to another. Let's imagine there is an hydroelectric, as we have here in Portugal, which is mostly in the summer and in the winter. Then the transformation of hydrogen, maybe in these situations of bigger volumes of energy, it is very important to have here present that normally when we bet on hydrogen, it is not to store energy. We think of storing hydrogen to use hydrogen for other reasons. Why is it so? It's because when we are transforming hydrogen in electricity, and again in electricity we're going to have losses. So I have to refer that we can have deficiency in the cycle of storage in 35%, losses of energy from a different source of energy to another. Besides that, working with hydrogen, as it has been mentioned, is not just possible, but it has also challenges in the engineering viewpoint. To store intermittent electricity, hydrogen brings some difficulties, and we decided to do it. We are used to doing it in bigger dimensions, and there are associated costs. There are various options. The storage of hydrogen, then we produce hydrogen and we have to keep it somewhere. And the options of storage of hydrogen in the gas status, which is blue, the liquid status, or converted in the solid state, which is something which is still in being developed. And the option that is mostly used is recipients, being that these recipients have to be very big. Gas of hydrogen is less dense than natural gas, and that's why we need to keep them in. And this has costs. In the liquid state, it is easier to store big volumes of hydrogen, and this spends a lot of energy, becoming it more expensive. As you can see the costs in the first line. The costs are in dollars and they have been estimated for 2020. These are not specific costs for Portugal, neither for Mozambique. It has been said it is important for someone who's got a chemical industry to convert hydrogen and conserve it, because we can have the system bring some of by itself. It is surely possible to transform hydrogen in electricity. It makes sense to think it's a good bet, and it's a big challenge to store during months from one season to another. The transport of hydrogen is expensive, mostly when you deal with. It takes a lot of engineering knowledge. It is also important to say that there is a lot of investigation being done in this moment relatively to hydrogen, in particular with options of storage, with the expectation of making it cheaper and bigger. That's why hydrogen can be viewed within the energetic system for each country and each geography. You just think which makes more sense for you. Would it be to store intermittent electricity, chemical? All this is possible in this energetic system with hydrogen. It depends on the context of each country and on its policies, on what regards to the storage of hydrogen, which is a gas, which is light. We hope to deal with it. In some cases, it makes it expensive and difficult to work with it. This is what I wanted to share, and thank you very much. And I am available to answer questions that may be made. Thank you very much for this presentation, and let's get to the second speaker, who is Justin from Captive Power.
Captive Power.
Thank you very much for having me today to talk about some of our solutions in Mozambique. I'm the founder and CEO of a business called Captive Power. We are a developer, financier, and operator of bespoke power projects in Mozambique. Our main focus is looking at energy security and renewable energy solutions for commercial and industrial clients in Mozambique. To date, we have developed, financed, and operate a 400 kilowatt peak plus 924 kilowatt hour Tesla power pack for a luxury resort in the Bazaruta archipelago. The project is fully off-grid, so we produce over 90% of the energy required to power the resort from renewable sources. But today I'm going to focus more on some of our projects that we are working on with clients who have a EDM connection. You know, looking at the projects within Mozambique, we have reviewed over 15 different clients across Mozambique, from Cabo Delgado to Tete to central Maputo and the outskirts of Maputo. The majority of the clients, or 99% of the clients we have reviewed, sit with the EDM medium voltage tariff. Captive Power is a Pan-African developer. So when we look at the cost of electricity in Mozambique compared to the region, EDM provides fairly low tariffs to all of their medium voltage clients. You know, what this has meant is, you know, the payback period for traditional solar projects or even finance solar projects have been marginal, you know, for the medium voltage clients. However, we have seen a big gap in the market around the power quality amongst all of the 15 sites that we have installed data loggers on. You know, when looking at the EDM grid, we've installed loggers across these 15 sites, had those loggers on these sites for at least 30 days. We have seen that the reliability in terms of the grid completely going off for for more than 5-10 minutes is not an occurrence that we have seen often. More often than not, we are having brownout events where the voltage is dipping below the operating range of the majority of the equipment on site behind the meter, the EDM meter. You know, a brownout is an intentional or unintentional drop in voltage in the electrical power supply system. Across the 15 sites, you know, we saw very consistent, you know, towards the afternoon and early mornings, where the voltage would drop well below 20-30% of the nominal grid voltage supplied by EDM. What does this mean? What this means is that a lot of our clients' equipment, you know, tends to shut down or is forced to shut down as the voltage falls below their operating range. You know, this also has a detrimental effect to some of the more sensitive equipment, as they can go from stopping and starting while the voltage, you know, looks to stabilize. You know, we have seen this being a major issue within the agri-processing space, industrial processing, as well as your more sensitive network-based businesses, as you know, these have been causing issues. In terms of a case study, you know, one of the sites that we have reviewed, you will see on the right, you know, the variance amongst a 2-week review of how different the voltage is between the hours of the day. You know, the nominal voltage from EDM is 220 volts. You know, from what you can see on the right, you know, we've had circumstances where the voltage has peaked above 240 volts, as well as decreasing to below 180 volts. These dips was a major issue to all of the equipment on site. You know, the reduction in speed for automated plants causes chaos for all of the production lines for our clients. You know, we have seen that the amount of downtime our clients suffer from, because they're having to send people out to rectify jams within their equipment, has catered for over 10% of their operational downtime from various operations we've reviewed. What is the answer? You know, in terms of some of the solutions that we've been working, you know, with our clients at reviewing, you know, the benefits to our client, you know, until a lot more infrastructure and money has been spent on increasing the various power generation at a utility scale for EDM, we will continue to see these issues with the voltage dipping, you know, for a lot of these highly populated areas. You know, batteries are one solution which can provide support to our clients. You know, for some of our clients, we've looked at uninterrupted power supplies, you know, UPS systems. You know, this is when the client is looking for, you know, has, you know, the voltage not only being the voltage issue, but also having complete shutdowns from EDM. We've looked at providing extra storage capacity, which is charging primarily from the grid and this fairly cheap tariff from EDM, so that when EDM is not available to power the client's operations, the UPS is able to step in and discharge, therefore providing the necessary power for our clients to run uninterrupted. We've also seen that automatic voltage regulators are bits of equipment that we can utilize to help sustain the voltage. What we've generally seen with this is, we have to go into a bit more detail with our clients, seeing whether we can down rate some of the voltages within their equipment. Because if we look to maintain a 220 volt nominal voltage, it can have a dramatic effect on EDM's grid quality and the businesses surrounding, the business that we are trying to provide, energy security for. Of course, there is your historic diesel generators, which provide, which can step in and provide the necessary support for operations. But as we're seeing the diesel price continue to increase, the cost to run a diesel generator, from what we've seen from our existing clients, is north of US 30 cents a kilowatt hour. Charging from the grid is below 8 cents a kilowatt hour. What a big effect this has is a issue which we see as not being very well explained to some of our clients, is as much as the solar, if you were to go and include a solar facility, the solar inverter has some benefits to stabilizing the EDM grid quality, as well as our clients' grid quality of power. However, the solar inverters have a very small operating range, and what we've seen that these massive voltage dips would therefore mean that the solar inverter would shut down, and you would not benefit from any of the production from the solar facility during the day. So it's one of the aspects that we're trying to focus on with our clients, to fully explain, some of the supporting infrastructure that we need to also include, so that they can, one, get the benefits out of energy security, uninterrupted power, as well as benefiting from power generated from solar, if that is a route that they would like to go. In terms of track record, as I highlighted at the beginning, we have implemented probably, I think, currently the largest microgrid that is operational, but soon to not be, and are very active in the space. The grid-tied projects are an extreme focus of ours, especially around the energy security aspect. Because we finance our solutions on behalf of our clients, that means that we provide uptime guarantees for the full offtake period of our contracted offtakes, so that the clients, if they have any outages or breakages from the equipment, we are due to replace them, so that we are providing a service to our clients.
Thank you very much. Let's get now to the third speaker, Pedro Coutinho. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pedro Coutinho. I'm a founder partner. I'm here today to share some experiences of what we have, and take a chance to greet everyone and congratulate a lab for this initiative and everything it has been doing, not only for the Lusophone countries, but also for Mozambique. Please get to the next slide. We are an integrated platform of energy, focused in 4 areas, as you can see in the middle. We're working on a project of direct energy to EDM. We are doing some installations, similarly to what has been presented by Justin from Sinai Auto Consume. We have a suburb electrifying project and we're trying to perforate the many grids, trying to develop some ideas in collective with the Mozambican government and some. We want to get to a new area, which is company service. We have a new project in construction in partnership. It's a big company in Mozambique and in the African continent. We've just installed some installations of auto-consume. We started with many clients and to have around 300 megawatts in projects. Next slide. In 2015 we started, and we started to develop in 2017 mini grids. We had a partnership in 2018. We started with solar systems, and we have around 2,500 installations. In 2020, we constituted the Source Energy. We had an office in Angola, as we mentioned, transporting all our business. And we had the Quambas, the first central in Mozambique, with a low-scale battery. And in 2022, a project in construction. I think the first point that serves us is the cost of energy. Our general objective is to lower the cost of energy to consumers as well as utilities, and renewable energies that mean future need batteries, and we need batteries. A great topic is batteries keep drying. They are no longer as they used to be 20 years ago. The tendency of the batteries is the same, and since 2017 the price of battery has been getting low, which is actually half of the price. It shows the price of the battery today represents 30%, which is today our price of the battery. In the last 6 months, I believe, due to COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine has also influenced, but we believe this is going to stabilize. These are just situational cases due to the impact of COVID and all the products and equipments coming from China. Not only the battery, but other ways as well. As Justin was explaining, the problems are created in a network of distribution or by a client, and there are diverse ways to fight it. We see batteries as two types of applications, which is to the benefit of utilities in Mozambique, EDM in case. So the battery can be put to the consumer or in the level of utility. My objective was to share our experience on the project of what we're doing now in Mozambique. So all these applications a battery can use, I'm trying to show in the slide, though it's a small thing. Do you think I should say, oh, you can read? Then, anyway, the presentation will be available to you of all applications that the batteries can take. These are the applications that, in our opinion, are going to function better in Mozambique. On the up left side, you can see the keep shaving.
the lower part that normally in normal hours does not use too much energy of the network. We are trying to charge the batteries so that the peak of consumption in Mozambique, which is normal in the morning when big industries start working, there is a failure of the network as a way to support the peak time. So batteries can serve of the peak shaving technology, charge the batteries when there is need. The other solution is renewable energies consumption. You can see the example of a solar project. As you can see, the line yellow of the sun, which gives light during the day. It just doesn't give energy during the night. So we need to increase the solar panels so they can provide energy during the night or during it can either be for a domestic consumer. The supply of energy gets to be low. At last, there is the renewable energy farming, which is an hypothesis we are looking at now. Sometimes it wins more, sometimes it wins less. For networks of less efficiency, well, when there is a cloud under the sun, it's also one factor, so that the system does not have the risk of leaking. The network management in part of the utility of the received resources, and due to the distribution, we are designing a battery that can help work better in the system. I'm going to present our project and tell you what we're going to do with the project in EDM. I think that is the interesting part, because EDM was nothing more than the pilot phase. EDM is new to Mozambique and new to us, and because it is new, we are going to try to have a battery that we can test for a period of a year and try to help EDM on what is the best way of using the batteries in the system. The opportunities of batteries in Mozambique, for us, they are very clear. It is in the utilities projects with great advantages. It obviously helps EDM within these functions that we have mentioned to improve the essence of the network, and the industrial commercial. Justin presented the difficulties the industries have. Can I help? That the battery can transmit to the base load. I can illustrate an example of the work we have done in the communication towers. Most of them are in remote zones and function through petrol. Nowadays, there are batteries that, because of theft in rural zones, are constructed under the towers, which helps control the temperatures of the batteries. It keeps them in a low temperature and helps them last long. These are for us the great three uses of the batteries in Mozambique. Finally present our project, which is a 15 megawatts project with the capacity installed. We are using a battery of a Spanish fabricator, which is a battery of 6.7 megawatts hour. I have now the pictures of the battery. which is in the process of construction. We just have to update the project. I'm sorry, the timings are all incorrect. But basically, the construction of this project started this year. Just a summary of this battery, which is comprised of these containers. You can see how they are placed, the system of management, which is through the incorporating, SCADing to the same central. And I'll last present some images in 3D regime of the location of the batteries. If everything goes accordingly, we hope the project can still be launched this year in December. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's get to the fourth speaker, who is also going to be online.
Today on this important topic.
Mark
It's very good.
Crossley.
Very sorry that I can't be with you all there in person. A lot of good discussion already around what batteries do and the different types of storage. So I want to particularly focus on a project that we have been working on for quite a while now in Mozambique, actually in northern Mozambique, one which we announced in April, got to financial close, and we've already started the construction on. And that's a full battery energy storage system integrated with solar PV at the Balama mine in Mozambique. So briefly, just a little bit about Solar Centre Africa. For those of you who may not have heard of us before, we are actually a developer of solar and hybrid power plants across all of Africa. One of the longest established players in Africa, been around originally since 1998, but active in Africa since 2012. And we mainly focus on large captive and utility scale projects on and off grid, and built some of the most groundbreaking hybrid type systems across Africa. Very strong engineering-led business, and so what I'm going to cover today is quite technical, but also very commercially driven as a business as well. Ultimately, we're trying to save our clients money in terms of how we roll out our renewable solutions for them. And we're very, very big growing business in Africa, and we have something like 60 projects now, similar lines to the one that I'm going to talk to you about today. So Balama mine, some of you may have seen the announcement that came out in April. So Balama is actually a graphite mine, part of Sire Resources in Australia. That is just west of Pemba in Cabo Delgado province. One of the leading graphite mines globally, actually. Been in production now for a few years, and at the moment is fully off-grid and fully reliant on diesel. Which, given the cost of diesels and given what a lot of their graphites increasingly being used for, which is the EV market, is not a sustainable proposition for them. So we started working with them just over a year ago now about how they could build a system and create their own private power network, and to be able to dramatically increase their use of renewable resources and decrease their use of diesel generation power. So what we have designed for them is a system that will integrate solar and batteries alongside their existing diesel, and I'll come on shortly as to how that all works together. So we started construction already. That started in April, and the whole system should be operational by the end of Q1 next year. We think, or we calculate, that will make Balama the greenest off-grid mine in the whole of Africa. Significantly reduce their cost of power, around about 35% reduction in their use of diesel, reduce their CO2 emissions, and make their ultimate end product, the graphite, one of the greenest. I've been trying to do that, but I'm afraid at the moment it's not working for some reason. Okay, I can try again. It's not liking my camera for some reason. No, it is not recognizing it for some reason. So the actual system itself that we're putting in place, this is a schematic of the whole power system that sits at the mine. So the items in green are what's there already. So the mine itself, which have around about a 8 megawatt peak load 7 megawatt average load over the year. It has, as I say, existing thermal power generation. It's currently off grid itself. It's too far away from the grid to be connected. So it relies entirely on diesel gensets. And in orange is what we're bringing to the system and building on the mine. So we're putting a solar PV plant in place, which of course will be low cost green power for the mine. We're putting in place a large energy storage system, which is relevant for the conversation, and I'll come on to talk about that more. And a plant controlling system which integrates all the elements of the mine's load and in its various generation sources. And then all of that is remotely monitored and controlled. So today, of course, we're looking at the storage side of that project. We're installing an 8.5 megawatt battery. That's a 1 hour battery system. Lithium ion, a very familiar technology, very much tried and tested. The battery system itself is coming from Nidec, and the cells themselves come out of LG Chem. The system itself is containerized, so it's 40 20-foot containers that will actually hold the batteries. And then there's a few aspects of this system that are quite unique and very specific to the case that we're putting in place at Balama. So this is actually a water-cooled system rather than air-cooled. Cooling is very important to get best performance and life out of batteries, as well as for safety. We have designed with Nidec a flexible energy warranty that sits around all the batteries. Batteries are different to many types of power source, and particularly for solar, because how you use your battery and when you use it determines how it degrades over time. So it's not time dependent in the way that a lot of technologies are, it's use dependent. So you need these very flexible use case energy warranties to be able to get the maximum warranty out of a battery system, rather than just having a warranty that's, say, for 10 years or 15 years. It needs to be designed to be much more specific to its use. And then we spent a lot of time working with Nidec on the whole control system that sits around this project. That does most of the typical things of how you run the project, how you run the various aspects of the thermal system that sits there and how that integrates to the thermal and BESS. But from the mine's point of view, critically, there's a very detailed operational philosophy that ensures there's very, very robust power supplied to the mine at all times, which for all mines as well as base industrial customers is the most critical thing. They can't afford to have variability of power at any point in time. So what is the BESS actually being used for? So this is an off-grid system, but a lot of this is common to the on-grid systems that we design as well. So the BESS here is being used both for power and energy applications. The BESS is grid forming, so it does a lot of the things you'd be familiar with any storage solution with grid connected or off-grid. It is smoothing the amount of solar power generation that's going on at any point in time. It is moving solar generation from when there's peak solar output to when the actual mine needs it, what's called energy shifting. And it's reducing the amount of solar that's curtailed, so solar that would otherwise be wasted is now being captured by the battery. That, of course, is all very familiar to lots of the discussions we've heard today already. What we're also using this BESS system, though, is we're also using it for managing the thermal generation. It's fully integrated with the existing thermal. And we're providing grid stabilizing services to the mine's own mini-grid in terms of power quality and frequency services. And we're doing that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when the solar's not operating. Now, critically, in terms of how we scaled all this system and how we designed all this system, it's been set so that the battery system alone can at any point in time always meet the mine's full load. So if the solar goes down, that doesn't take the mine down. That battery is always there to provide that last resource supply of power. And what that means is this mine can actually run at times on 100% solar power, fully renewable, all the engines switched off, no need for spinning reserve, yet give the mine absolute fully stabilized power. As I said before, that is critical for the mine, and it's critical for the design of the system and all the renewable systems that we look at, that we have to be able to not only maximize the use of renewables, but maximize the amount of power stability so that we can minimize the amount of thermal power or grid power that might be needed at any point in time. Another important aspect of this system is people often think about these solar hybrid systems as only really working during the day, and then just providing a little bit of service into the evening as you shift the solar from the day to the evening. I say the battery itself will operate 24/7 to also stabilize the thermal. We're also actually using the solar inverters on this system to provide overnight services to the mine as well. So even overnight when the solar's not operating at all, the mine is having to run on full diesel. We can use the solar inverters to also provide grid stability and power quality services overnight. So there's a lot of technical input going into the design of this whole system and making sure that's all optimized to give the mine what it's needing. But of course, a lot of this also has to be done commercially as well. As we've heard already, storage in any form is expensive, and battery in particular is very expensive at the moment. So ultimately, while there's a lot we can do technically, how we choose the type of battery technology or other storage technologies, how we size that also has to be a commercial consideration for the mine. It's not viable to just generate during the day cheaply, store all that in a battery and just use it when you want to. You have to think about how you're optimizing the use of that power compared to when you're generating it and when you're using it, the other things the battery is being used for, to make sure we size it to still ultimately save money for the mine overall. So as well as all those technical considerations I've talked about here, we've also sized this to make sure we are actually reducing the total blended cost of power for the mine, as well as reducing its emissions. And what the solution we came up with here, working very closely with the mine, is that optimal pricing point is around about 35% renewable power for the mine, power penetration. And that's a direct corresponding reduction in their diesel consumption and direct corresponding reduction in their CO2 emissions, all of which ultimately goes to cost. So the mine is not only getting very, very green power, getting a fully stabilized system, probably even more stable than if they were running on the grid or running on pure diesel, but it's also maximizing that renewable power all the time to minimize its cost. And there is scope for that to be increased over time. The IT system that sits behind the power controller is an AI system that learns over time and improves over time. And we've already started discussing with the mine how it can start to shift its power use on mine to be able to actually increase that 35% even higher. So this is one of the, we think one of the biggest systems of its type so far, one of the most sophisticated of its type so far, but it's very much where we're starting. These systems are only going to get bigger and better over time. And we can certainly see that 35% penetration rate getting higher and higher over time, while still being able to give absolute fully stable power to customers. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Vamos passar de seguida para o próximo.
Thank you very
panelista,
much.
que é o Iqbal
Let's next
Ripoll.
get to the next.
Thank you very much. So thank you, host. Special appreciation to Ale for giving this opportunity. So I'm Iqbal Ripoll from island of Mauritius. For those who don't know Mauritius or haven't heard Mauritius, we are located some 2,000 kilometers off the east side of Mozambique. So Mauritius is a small island state. And when we talk about small island state, we are referring to small power system. So basically, small power system, as many of you already heard about it, is pretty vulnerable to the integration of variable renewable energy system. So typically, Mauritius power system is similar to. Sorry, I think if I'm allowed to share my presentation, please. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So should I can I restart, please?
Please, Aaron.
Thank you. Thank you. So, is it okay, my presentation? Can you see the presentation also?
Yeah, we can see it.
Good, thank you. So, I'm Iqbal Tripol from Mauritius, a small island state located 2,000 kilometers off the east coast of Mozambique. So, Mauritius has a small power system, typically would be considered as a mini grid on the scale of Mozambique. So from our standpoint, the integration of renewable energies has been pretty challenging, but we have managed to move in this presentation. So I will go very rapidly on my presentation on the first 3 points, and then talk a little bit about the action taken so that we have been able to reach a certain level of variable energy in the system. And this can be very useful for mini-grid integration in Mozambique. So motion power system is typically a vertical integrated system without any interconnection with any island or the mainland of Africa. So we don't benefit from the benefit of interconnection. We need to be sort like dependent on ourselves. So vertical Mauritius. So the power system in Mauritius is has a load profile in summer with the highest peak. And this system is operated by the Central Electricity Board, that is a state-owned enterprise, a public utility similar to EDM. We have also IPPs on the generation side, which account for almost 60% of the generation of electricity. Today, at the time we're talking, Mauritius has already integrated around 116 megawatt of VRE, which have provided some capacity to credit of 13% to meet peak demand in 2019. The CB normally would generate only 48% of the energy, and IPPs all has a very important role. So renewable energy has already reached 19.8.
Bom, perdemos a comunicação.
Well, we lost the connection. Maybe we could move on to the last speaker. If you allow me, we can go on, then later on we'll get back to the one who was speaking.
Ok, podemos passar.
Yeah, sure, we can move on. Good afternoon.
Boa tarde.
I would first like to thank the organizers for the invitation to present on one of the storage options, and also congratulate them on the event. I am Yuran Ajir, representative of Amatim and project manager of ENPS project for Amatim. Amatim is a company. I don't know if we have Amatim slide there. Amatim is a completely Mozambican company founded with the aim of covering the market. I can say from laboratory and even a hospital, doing maintenance, installation and supply. In 2008, we decided to enter the renewable energies with the first experience at FUNAI. Today I bring an option of storage, in this case that would be APIE, which is fully registered trademark of Amatin,
A ideia de combinar os painéis solares
translated to
e as baterias
integrated
dentro
energy
dos
storage
painéis
system.
solares,
The
muitas
idea
vezes
of
conectados a
combining solar
CFDs,
panels and batteries is
marinhas
not
de
new.
semi-profundo, nesse caso para
Solar
armazenar a energia.
pioneers
Então,
often
antes
connected a series of
de o
batteries,
metering
deep
fosse difundido,
cycle marine in
essa era a
this
única forma
case,
existente
they
para
store
armazenar
energy.
energia e
So
usar de
before
noite.
the natural
Então,
was not diffused.
antigos conjuntos de
This
baterias
was
fossem
only existing way to store
considerados
energy
como
to
celulares
use
teriam
night.
funções
So
celulares
if the articles together
com
batteries
teclado. E as
were
tecnologias que
considered
apresentamos
cell
agora
phones
são os
with the
smartphones.
keyboards, and the
Então,
technologies
isto quer
that we
dizer que isto é
present
mesmo a
now
função
are the
primária,
smartphones,
mas todo o resto
then
é um mundo à
this
parte.
means
Nós
that
temos
they
aqui
have the same
conectores.
primary function,
Passar para o
but
próximo
everything else is the world apart.
O
We have the
IPAS é
connector
sistema de
here.
armazenamento
Please
de
move
energia
to the next slide.
content-utilizado, eficiente,
The
confiável e
APS is
inteligente.
a
Ele é capaz
content
de
and
fornecer
aware,
energia de reserva,
reliable, and
fazer o
intelligent energy
gerenciamento
storage system.
inteligente do armazenamento de energia
It
e
is
a
able to
integração de uma
provide
ampla
backup
variedade
power and
de entradas e
integration of
saídas.
a wide variety
O
of inputs
IPAS
and
é capaz
outputs.
de fornecer
And
energia confiável,
EPS is able to
eficiente
supply
nos setores de
reliable power fully
agricultura,
aware in the
mineração,
agriculture,
indústria e
mining,
comércio.
industry, and
Então,
commerce
como
sectors.
dizia,
As I said, it has
posso chamar de
several
armazenamento.
options. It
Ele
can
tem várias
operate
opções.
as
Ele pode
on-grid
operar como
as
on-grid,
well
assim
as
como off-grid.
off-grid. It
Ele
allows
permite
several
vários tipos
types
de
of
entradas. Nesse caso de
inputs,
utilização, podendo
and
incorporar
this
instalações
case
fotovoltaicas,
of use we
as
can
eólicas
compare
e
photovoltaic
geradores, etc., assim
installations,
como a rede
eolic and
pública.
generators, already say
Realçar
as
que a
a
TIM
public
é
network.
pioneira na introdução destes
Great
contentores aqui
Team
em
is a
Moçambique.
pioneer in the
Tudo que pode ver na
introduction of
foto
these
foi
containers here in
construído pela
Mozambique.
Matimo
The Guldo that you can
em parceria com o seu
see in the
parceiro
photo was built by
tecnológico, a Blue Nova
Matimo
Energy,
and
aqui
with
na África
his
do Sul.
technological partner Blue North
Especificamente o contentor na
Energy
foto,
here in South Africa.
ele
Specifically,
está em trânsito nesse momento para
the
ser
container
instalado em
is in the
Mapulanguene
photo.
para
It
fornecer
is in
energia
transit
elétrica
right now to
ao
be
posto
installed
administrativo de
in
Mapulanguene,
Mapulangweni
onde está
in South
equipado com
Africa.
1,5 de 100
Supply
kW, tem
electricity to
capacidade de
the
bateria
administrative
de
post.
600 kWh
Mapulangweni is
divididos em 3
equipped
ciclos, 6
with
kW
10
iniciais.
kilowatt inverter
Então,
and battery
através destes
capacity
condutores,
of
nós podemos
600
fazer
kilowatt
várias coisas. Não
hours
queria ser
due in
repetitivo
3
porque
times.
abordou-se um bocado aqui com os colegas.
Through this
Os
container, we can
condutores, por estarem equipados de
do several
baterias,
things.
nós
I don't
podemos
want to
dar
be
vários
repetitive
usos a eles. Nesse
because
caso,
it has
para fazer o
already
peak
been
shaving,
approached
isso é
by other
carregamos nos
colleagues.
momentos em que não há muita demanda para poder usar no momento de pico. Então, isto também podem ser usados para fazer
It can
a
also be
correção do
used to
fator de
make the
potência
power
e também
factor
podemos usar como
correction,
backup
and
para
we can
assegurar
also
está sempre
use
online
it as backup to
e no
ensure
caso da
it
falha de
always
rede.
online in case
Faz
of the
o slide.
network failures. Please, next slide. The
O contentor fotovoltaico, nesse caso, como
photovoltaic
dizia, é um sistema de
container, as I
armazenamento de
said,
energia plug and play,
is a plug and
pronto
play
para ser
energy
usado
storage
nesse caso.
system ready to
Então,
be
é um
used.
sistema que
In
já
this
vem
case, it
totalmente
is a
composto.
system that comes
Nós
fully
conectamos a nossa
assembled.
fonte de energia,
We
seja
can
nesse
go
caso
to connect
a
our energy source,
fotovoltaica, a rede
whether
ou uma
this
outra fonte de
case
energia.
the grid is
Então,
photovoltaic
nós
or another
optamos pelos
energy source.
condutores com a tecnologia para trazer
Then
aqui, porque é um
we
sistema
chose containers as technology to
confiável,
bring here
de fácil
because
transporte
it is a
e
reliable
uma
system,
tecnologia nova.
easy to transport,
Então,
and new
podemos ver alguns
technology.
componentes
So we
básicos
can see
dos
some basic
contentores e
components.
deixar claro que o contentor
The
é feito
containers are made
especificamente
clear
de
with
acordo com o requisito
the
do cliente.
container,
E ele é
specifically made
escalável para
according
fosse de
to the
20-50
consumer's requirement, and
kWh
it
de
is
armazenamento
scalable
até
by 1
1.2
to
MWh é
50
único
kilowatts per
contentor.
hour to storage
Então,
up to 1
com
point
capacidade de expandir
megawatts.
nesse caso. Então, os componentes básicos que temos
The
lá
basic components we have
é
there
o
are
inversor
the
nesse caso,
inverter. In case
as
of we have the
baterias de lítio,
batteries, we also have the batteries
temos também o
management,
sistema de
that
gestão
is
das baterias, que é
BMS.
o
We have
BMS.
remote
Temos
monitoring.
monitoramento
Our
remoto. Os
containers
nossos
can be
contentores podem ser
monitored
monitorados
both
tanto as
from the
baterias,
batteries and from distance.
tanto a sua geração, nesse
We
caso,
also
à
have
distância, remotamente.
the
Então, tem um sistema
the
também
hatch
high
flag
flag para
cooling
garantir a sua
system for the
geração com as
batteries.
baterias, porque elas têm que operar a uma certa temperatura. Então, nós decidimos
We
equipar, como
decided
as
to
baterias são
equip
baterias de
as the
lítio
batteries are
e
lithium
de alta potência,
batteries
equipar o contentor
and the
também
high
com
voltage. We
sistema de
decided
detecção
to
de
equipping the
incêndio, de
container
bomba de
with
fogo.
the fire detection and
Podemos ver nas
firefighting
fotos a
system.
seguir.
You can
Também
see
está
in the
equipado
photos
com o
below, it is also equipped with UPS
UPS que
and
despacha os
an
componentes internos
internal electrical distribution.
e uma distribuição elétrica interna.
Please, next slide.
Próximo slide.
This slide is more
Este slide é mais
illustrative.
ilustrativo para ver qual é a expansibilidade, possa-se dizer, do contentor. Nós
We
podemos
can
ter
have
escalões de
scales,
energia desde
as I
150
said, that vary
kWh
from
para
250
1.2
kilometers.
MW. Ora, fechou. Slide.
Another slide.
Posso desver.
Unfortunately, this is the last
Esse é o último
slide.
slide. Esse é o
This is a
contentor que já está
container
nesse exato
to
momento
be
para
installed
instalar
in
no Planway.
Mapulangweni. This
Essa é a
is
equipe do meu
my
time.
team
Pode ver, é
staff.
totalmente
As you can
composta de
see, they
jovens,
are
uma equipe
younger
jovens. E
workers
na tentativa
in
de igualar
attempt
o gênero, as mulheres
to
acabam sendo
balance the
mais
gender.
agora que os homens
We
lá.
have women and men working there.
Fechou.
We also have some
Temos aqui
internal
algumas fotos
photos of
internas do
the
contentor.
container.
Podemos ver à nossa esquerda a primeira foto, que é um sistema
These are
de...
the lithium
São as baterias
batteries
de lítio.
illustrated in this
Nesta
slide.
foto são listradas somente 2 strings. Cada string são de 200
We can
kW.
also we can
Nós
only
podemos
see
ver o
here
ar
the
condicionado,
air
que
conditioning,
faz
which
mantém a temperatura
keep the
interna.
cooling,
E a foto ao
internal
meio tem a
cooling,
ver com os gás que usamos para o combate a incêndio e
and the system
o
to
seu
fight
sistema de
fire.
combate a incêndio. E
We
a
have
última foto
there
temos
our
o nosso
HPS, which
HPS,
is
que é praticamente um
inverter.
inversor. Ele faz o gerenciamento das várias fontes que nós
And
conectamos lá.
thank you very much.
E muito obrigado.
Obrigado. Não sei se em relação
Thank you.
ao
I don't know
Kibao,
if in relation to
condições, há
Kibao,
condições para
we
retomar.
have the conditions to
So
get
these
back to
are
him.
things that we have to take into account the issues about challenges of integration of or in small power system that is sort of mini grid on the scale of Mozambique. So typically, the small power system, when you integrate a VRE, you face a low inertia on the generation side. That is a more variable on the less inertia system. So the more vulnerable you become, and you have to find solution to overcome this problem. This problem of low inertia lead to vulnerabilities like frequency disbalances. So to overcome this solution also have to be think about how to improve efficiency in the system, because the more VRE you put in your system, the less conventional power you will have, and the cost of the conventional power will have lower efficiency. So what we need to do when we have to integrate more VRE in the power system, this was fruits in the first system. We have not gone capital investment in the first system. So I again have to make the point that Mauritius is a small island. We don't have interconnection facilities with other big power system. So we have to think about solutions easier in the first instance. So in the very first instance, we have look after what we can do on the generation side, that is existing conventional facilities, how we can improve them so that they can bring some kind of contribution to amortize any fluctuation in frequency while we are integrating more renewable energy in the system. So we look into the possibility to move away from what we call frequency load control and have a move toward frequency control in generation side by adopting the group controls facilities. So the next action that we did on the low-hanging fruit is to equip existing power generation with static generation control facilities. These are just software-based application which enable that using the existing generation facilities as a sort of balancing the grid more rapidly. And the third action that we have in place is implementation a wide area monitoring system. These are simple application hardwares and software that we have installed on the grid. We call it phase measurement units, which enable to collect precise data on the grid instances on at different nodes. And this wide area monitoring system has come along with what we call PMUs. These PMUs enable us to collect precise data on the grid condition at different points so that the system operator has information to rapidly before any disturbance in the frequency. And finally, we have gone through what we call energy storage system after having explored the low-hanging fruit. And on the energy battery system, this has different abilities. So we're not going to do into detail because earlier speaker has talked about them. Let's see what we did on the motion side. We have introduced battery energy storage for frequency control, and now we are moving towards capacity firming and peak shaving. So as a date, we have already installed 18 megawatt of centralized battery energy storage system, which provide us around 9 megawatt hour of capacity to shift peak demand. So this 18 megawatt battery energy storage system, initially meant for frequency regulation, has been getting some support from Global Climate Fund. That is, investment in this battery energy storage system has been made under a much larger program, which we call grid strengthening. And for this purpose, the Green Climate Fund has supported the Mauritius with some grant money to the tune of 28 million USD, and the rest have come from the country. So after the installation of this 18 megawatt of a battery energy storage system, we have now the ability to integrate up to 300 installed capacity of VRE, that is either wind or solar energy. So this will enable us to increase the 13% capacity credit that we get into from renewable energy to 35% by 2025 or later to 2030. So peak shaving was the initial is on the agenda now. We are investing in another battery energy storage system of 30 megawatt so that we move towards shifting the credit that our PV installation will provide during peak evening peak. So this new 20 megawatt PV battery energy storage system will enable us to shave the peak evening peak. So that 18 megawatt GCF supported project was made into two phases, was implemented in two phases. The phase one was completed in August 2028, and the second phase, which was about the deployment of 14 megawatt in 4 substations, was completed last year, and it's all the 18 megawatt are fully operational today. So this battery energy storage system come into containers which have been installed in different substations, provide a 20 millisecond response time and a 15-minute power capacity to shift a 15 megawatt plant at 50% depth of discharge. So additional measures that we have been taking in addition to battery energy storage system and all these actions that we have already implemented is to ensure that VRE are geographically dispersed so that we can benefit from mitigate the climatic condition in one area and still benefit from VRE from other areas. We have also embedded in all our PPAs that forecasting be an essential provision in agreements that we sign with power IPPs, independent power producers. And also in case of emergency, then we may look of the other option of curtailment. So more detail on this battery energy storage system, we can provide it. the deployment of battery energy storage system is not an easy task. It needs some conception, feasibility, planning, procurement, and a lot of other issues that we'll have to look into. So in case Mozambique EDM would like to have more information on this, you please write to us. So thank you very much, and this is the end of my presentation.
Thank you. We have just had interventions of these panelists. So now we can give back the words to the audience. Thank you very much. I'm going to post some questions, the panelists and some other participants who are taking place presentially and online. Some questions for Sophia, given the fact of African context, lack of infrastructures. The second, in terms of costs and safe, if we could have to choose.
Depois, para o Pedro Coutinho, qual
For
deve ser a
Pedro
percentagem
Coutinho,
de renováveis injetadas na rede relativamente às
which could
convencionais
be the
em termos de estabilidade da rede? E se de alguma forma pode apenas a energia solar cobrir as horas de pico e ainda qual a diferença
can
na
solar
tarifa
energy
feed-in por parte
cover
da EDM por ter armazenamento? Consegues
the
alguma?
time that energy is used
For Justin,
more?
what are the typical feed-in tariffs you get by EDM for each kilowatt hour you feed into their grid? And it can be to any IPPs. And then for all of the speakers, and
Okay, I
for
should,
that I'm speaking in English, what do you think about supercapacitors as a storage
and
system
lastly, for my
instead
team,
of lithium batteries?
what is the typical price
E
for
ainda
the
por
solution
último,
of
para o Matemo, qual é o preço
storage
típico de
container?
uma solução de
These were the
armazenamento
questions.
auto-autorizado? E foram estas as perguntas dos participantes online. Obrigado.
Obrigado. Não sei se há alguma questão aqui na sala.
Thank you. I think we can move on to other panelists.
Obrigado.
I'd like if we could summarize our answers. I would like to get it back to Sophia.
Com bocado de constrangimento de tempo. Se calhar passar para a Sofia Simões.
Ok. Então, olá outra vez, boa tarde, obrigada
Then,
pelas
hi again, good
perguntas.
afternoon, thank you for the questions.
Muito sinceramente, eu não sou
Sincerely,
perita
I'm
em
not
sistemas
an
energéticos
expert in
africanos. O que vos
energetic
posso dizer é que,
systems.
mesmo
What I
aqui,
can say is,
aqui em
even
Portugal,
here
que
in
temos,
Portugal,
estamos a lidar com o desafio da
we are
eletricidade renovável
dealing with the
intermitente, como
challenges
eu vos
of
disse, não estamos a investir em
electricity.
hidrogênio para armazenar
We're
eletricidade.
using hydrogen to store
Não é essa a
energy.
nossa principal
This
razão
is
para
not
investir
our
em
main
hidrogênio.
reason to invest
Portanto,
on hydrogen.
claro que isto depende muito do contexto, como eu disse, e do contexto de cada país africano e de cada
Each
realidade
African
africana.
country
Mas
has its own
tentativamente o que eu iria
context.
dizer é
But
não,
what I would
provavelmente
say
não
is
fará muito sentido
probably
pensar em
won't make
investir em
sense
hidrogênio como a
because there is
principal
need to
razão de
make
armazenar
an
eletricidade
investment
renovável
on
intermitente. Acho
hydrogen.
que há soluções mais baratas
I
e
think
talvez
there are
mais
cheaper
manobráveis no
solutions.
curto prazo. Posto isto, se a perspectiva for
If the
que está aqui
perspective
novo vetor energético que
is
pode ser
that the
exportado
energetic
e que pode representar uma
sector can be
mais-valia
transported,
ligada à
this
indústria,
could
por
be
exemplo, química
worthy.
dos países e que pode vir a criar postos de
If it is
trabalho,
linked
então aí
to the
sim, se calhar
industry
já
of
que o temos,
countries,
por outras razões, vamos
and for other
pensar em
reasons, let's
utilizá-lo para
think in
armazenar
using to
eletricidade
store
renovável
renewable
intermitente. Portanto,
energy.
esta seria a minha
Then
nota e a
this
minha
is
maneira de olhar
my
para o
viewpoint
hidrogênio enquanto possibilidade de armazenar eletricidade.
on regard to
Como
hydrogen.
vos digo, um combustível é caro, é complicado de se produzir
It is
e produzi-lo
complicated to
só para
produce
armazenar eletricidade
inexpensive
é
fuel,
capaz de não compensar.
and it may
E eu
not
penso que isto também
compensate.
responde um bocadinho
And I
à
think it
pergunta
answers the
que
question
foi feita para a
that
Guiné-Bissau.
was made
Portanto,
to
seria mais ou menos a
Guinea-Bissau.
mesma resposta que eu iria dar.
And
Obrigada.
this is the answer I'm giving you. Thank you very much.
Estão online, o Marco e o Iqbal, para tecerem considerações em relação às questões que foram levantadas, havendo.
Yeah, sure. So I think the commercials are always very critical for all the as Sophia said, energy storage of any form has a cost related to it, and that cost is always surprisingly high by the time you've put in place the capex cost, the inefficiency of storage, and the funding elements of it. So for us, it all comes down to what the economics of a project are at the end of the day, and whether we're doing that on a grid-connected system and looking to create value from using storage, or whether it's for a client who's looking at to save money by using their storage. If it doesn't make economic sense to use the storage, then you don't use the storage, and you've got to go through that whole thinking process of what is your storage there for. Your solar renewables generation may well be your cheapest source of power that's out there, or hydro if you've got access to hydro, compared to any other alternative form of energy that's on there. But unless your storage is necessary, in which case the cost is borne by the project, or unless your storage is actually adding value over and above the cost of that storage, you simply don't use it. And that's why we look at it always from a commercial perspective as well as a technical perspective. And every case is different. If it's an off-grid mine with very expensive power consumption, then yes, you can probably justify lots of storage and lots of time shifting. If it's a grid-connected system where grid power is relatively cheap, then you're probably using a lot less storage.
Thank you. Mr. Iqbal, any comment?
So one comment only from our side, especially when we're talking about small island state and small mini grids, that when we are talking about storage, we usually looking for battery energy storage. So what about other opportunities about conversion of hydrogen transportation, and also make it available to a small system like ours? So I think in the future we'll have to look after not only energy storage for immediate use, but energy storage for deferred time periods. That's the solution, because otherwise we rely on battery just like we would have been relying all the time on fossil fuel. So we'll have to think about renewable energy which can be stored, then transport and use at other point or other places all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pedro, continue to answer the questions. About renewable energies and the capacity. Some years ago, it was almost 100% in Mozambique, and then there was a gas project which did not proceed, so this is the maximum we could reach. And EDM has a strategy, and in alignment with renewable energies and solar because of batteries, and they are not cheap, so it's a commitment due to resources in the region. I think the direct answer is that EDM, due to the hydric capacity, there is need to be able to align. Only renewables can offer the peak, and it varies from country to country. And from the perspective, if we look at Mozambique and the region, I can say it's a project we're developing in the Mahanshin. We are lucky because the wind is generated. There is much more wind in the lines we use, and our wind is aligned together with it. And I think there can be renewable energies, but normally it's not during the day. There is an obvious response, and which is case to case. And I'm not able to answer the other questions because I'm not an engineer, so I'm limited. Thank you. The answer to the question about the hydric, due to the scenario that the world is going through, the problems in Europe, we can give a specific price to batteries, and the tendency is the price is increasing. We are in the process of. I would be very happy if there would be a quotation of a typical price.
Sim, senhor. Tem que deixar contato para facilitar.
Yes, sir, you should leave your contact so you make things easier for us to send the files. Thank you very much for the panels who have presented interesting topics showing technologies that are worthwhile retaining. The batteries in the last years of the decrease of the price. What perhaps wasn't mentioned here that I would like to know is about different forms of storage, the combination with hydric centrals, the banking. We have hydric centrals that can do banking, pump storage. In the hours we have too much energy. This energy can be used to mass storage. It's a challenge. I'm putting for the promoters to think about these options, not in these classic ones. We need to maximize them. There is initiative. I have just seen this. I guess São Tomé is doing a similar project, which you can even use when there is sun. This energy is used to pump water. Yeah, it would be something like that. Thank you very much. I would like an applause. Well, let's get to the last panel. We have 3 panelists. Vilma won't be able to be here. We're going to have 2 presidential ones, Julia and Tiago Almeida. And then remotely Mark. Let's start by the ladies. Good afternoon. It is very difficult for us because everyone is tired now. Then, yes, I'm going to make this dynamic. Well, my name is Julia. I am the director of the office of KFW in Maputo, which is the bank in hand of development. We implemented projects on behalf of cooperation of the state, of the German state. I'm here to introduce a new project that you perhaps have heard about, mostly the ones we hear in the morning, CatFit program, which has, it is just known in other countries. It was implemented in Uganda, and it is also known in Zambia, and now it is going to start in Mozambique precisely tomorrow. We're going to start this program with Miran, but also we're going to have an event more formal a little later. Then I would like to explain what we do through this program to storage and fundraising, private fundraising. What is it that is CatFit? It's a mechanism to get private investment using four tools. The first, reduction of risks to financing and this kind of projects. Second, it aims at improving the environment of business. Third, it aims at improving the know-how for this kind of projects. And last, to create a track record, historical of projects implemented here. The objective in Mozambique is to install 130 megawatts of solar energy with storage in batteries and small hydrics as well. The German government is financing this project with 25 million of euros through KfW. I would like now to explain more what are these tools that I've just mentioned. It was just explained, it is too much detail. What are the challenges for this kind of projects? And we have to answer to these challenges. The first challenge is of legal nature and regulating. We know there is a new law that helps a lot, and there is new regulation of grid energy. But even though there was need to prepare documents, bank documents for public tender, public auction, and also that are synchronized with the standards of the environment and society of KfW and donors. We do this synchronized with Perler, which is the broader program of CatFit. The second challenge is related to those technical questions of intermittent energy. We have had a load on that. That's why the batteries make part of this concept. After that, there is also to use PPs and financing. There are challenges in terms of financing of elevated risk. Then we are going to bring out a program of Africa Trade Insurance called that was established specifically to projects of renewable energies in Africa, and will supply warranties to these projects. Finally, we're going to we want to encourage the private sector with concrete financial aid, but it's not classic financial aid. It is not going to finance, it's going to finance a top-up, a subvention to the tax that EDM can pay. As we have just had, the typical price is 7.5 US dollars per cent for a kilowatt per hour, and that is not enough to pay or charge the cost of batteries. And GetFit comes to bring this difference. It is going to pay directly the PPs to make the projects possible. It will also bring financing to the grids connection, which is a on-grid program. So those centrals have to be connected to the grid, and it has to be financed through GetFit. This slide shows how we're going to choose these projects. This is going to be through public auction. the Mozambican regulator is going to be responsible, REN. It will be present in the evaluation committee. There will be two scales with pre-qualification, and the second scale is going to be evaluated. The business plan and the lowest tax is going to win the tender. The evaluation criteria are the ones we mentioned in the slide. So we demand experience of 5 years in this kind of renewable energies in Africa, as well as experience with recycling of batteries and conformity with the standards mentioned, FC performance standards, the Mozambican standards for the environment and social affairs, etc. This has also to be shown in the proposal. Next slide, please. Well, this is not very important. We're also going to have an off-grid window, which is financed through 23 million of euros, or a little more, that is going to work the same way, and it is going to be launched a little later. But at first, there will just be these two approaches, off-grid and on-grid. Próximo. The impact, I think you all know what is the impact of batteries. I'm not going to talk about that. Próximo, the next. I just wanted to, once again, thank you, reinforce that the first public tender is going to be for solar PV, battery, storage, and a second public tender for rich and small. Each project is going to have between 4 to 15 megawatts, and the total, as you can see here, the total for solar storage in the first tenant is 30 megawatts, and for hydric is 30 to 60 megawatts. It is also planned to be a third tender, once again with solar energies. And yes, finally, we have gathered challenges with the batteries at first, and how to get rid of them. These technical matters, we have just approached them. It is too much details, I'm not going to talk about that. And I thank your attention. Thank you for the representation. I would ask Tiago to share with us as well. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tiago Almeida. Sorry, I don't know if this is working or can remove it. Let me put it beside. As I was saying, I'm an engineer and I'm responsible for Mozambique and Angola in infrastructures. It is very nice to be here, and thank you for the invitation to be here to speak about battery storage. A note of welcome for my Angola counterparts. We're here to exchange ideas with other countries, and also obviously to thank EDM or Miren, who are our partners in Mozambique and have had too many initiatives, some in the phase of cookery. They've been cooked. So I'm not going to announce any program here, though I have heard some rumors that there are some things coming up. I don't know if the presentation is available, but I'm going to talk about the batteries topic, how it functions. So this will be the focus of the presentation. For those who do not know, and in order to help the audience, some of the slides have too much text. We are the biggest multilateral in the world. Our mission is to help countries which are still in the phase of development in these areas. Next slide. A note in this slide, our portfolio in a worldwide level of energy. In terms of renewable energies, we're speaking about billions of dollars spread around the world, in Africa, Asia. Our portfolios use renewable energies and the great promoters to the transmission of energetic to renewable energies, and certainly the batteries have an important role, and as well as for the future. Once again, I just want to explain our activity in terms of energy. We are working in various segments. Once more, I made an highlight in the level of systems of batteries in the off and on grid level. Just one more note, we still help projects of natural gas so that they can maximize, and we want to develop transmission and development. These are all initiatives that FC has a lot of interest in. Africa, and Mozambique is one of our markets as well as international partners. And I hope in the period of a year we can be here again to speak about other projects which can be a little funny. So this is actually the kind of help we can provide. We can be financial advisors to the government and to the private sector. We can be fundraisers. That's one more role. We can also participate in the development of projects in partnership with the public sector and private as well. Once more, to reinforce saying that FC, we cannot finance public companies. We can just work with them, prepare, design projects that are later on going to be used. So this is what I referred. Once more, we look at the red part, what we call web working group, and we have the mainstream. Mainstream is what I do and what we do classically to finance projects that are considered banked. 2 years ago, we created a unit called Upstream about early development capital, a fund to create projects and markets to facilitate that projects can get to the mainstream to be financed. One of the examples is Scale Solar, which is similar to a program we have implemented in too many countries in Africa to the public sector. The ones which are ready to be auctioned, and the best tax wins. Senegal is one of the countries where this happened, and the tax was below 500 kilowatts. Just some examples of what we've done around the continent. Some highlights our experience in Mozambique, as you can see, 3 projects, 2 in operation and 1 in construction, which started in December. We spoke about Mukuba, which was the first solar IPP in Mozambique, which is functional until now, and they have not failed to pay the debts, which is good. We also have the CPRG, which is functioning for some years, and we also speak about the thermal central. So basically in Mozambique it's going to add 30% or more in terms of capacities of megawatts of energy and gas. Speaking about batteries, once more, I'm not going to repeat what has just been said. Our solution for batteries can have utilities in various segments in the values of energy, from the regulation of frequencies that support the network, for the penetration of renewables. It is versatile. That's why it is very serious in Mozambique. I hope this will be one of the places in Africa investing on them. The graphic below is explaining what you can expect until 2040 of the output, worldwide output on the production of batteries. It's a noticeable growth, and we have to take it very seriously. Well, we have had projects of renewable energies. We have just repeated this a lot of time. So the future of batteries is what we call, it's going to be fundamental, the concept of future utility. It has very little use for fossil fuels. We are companies of utilities that can furnish dispatchable power with resource to batteries. This is a long-term view. As I have said, in terms of installations worldwide in gigawatts until 2035, so let's multiply by 40 times or 30 times. So it's an interesting market which is in the process of growth with competitive prices and with evolved technology. I had this slide which had a little substance of what I was saying on what is important for the providers, about projects that we have co-location and the component of batteries, what are the important aspects. So they're going to look at them. So the first question is the use. You can see in blue, just to illustrate of what is reality today. The acquisition of batteries can be for long shift or to support the grid. But nowadays, the commercial case that exists, what we have seen is actually the acquisition of batteries for support to the intermittence that renewables bring in order to bring stability. What is important for us, which is normal in any project, conditions that we have an approved technology. The providers do not like to run risks, and they're not going to take ahead with projects that are not mature enough. So the good news is that we have batteries that are more than approved, and this technology exists for more than 20 years, and are examples of use in great scale. and therefore in this aspect is not a big deal for the finances. If the sponsors want to use a different battery, it can be more complicated. The issue of quality of suppliers, the batteries, basically the producers of the cells of storage, and then what we call integrators, how the battery is going to function in coordination. Obviously, finance is not like running risks. Unfortunately, it's a premise. So we'll always have to be suppliers, companies that in fact have products of renewables, and some examples I have mentioned are Tesla and Tier 1 in levels of integration, and even Tesla and BYD, LNG. The other topic that is also raised is if the project has a solar component that is going to generate power, and part of the power that is going to be generated, if the battery has a life which is equivalent to the solar panel, which nowadays can last 20 years, that is what is previewed. Batteries are not stable yet, and what happens is the very same constructors do not give a warranty of 5 years, but of cycles of discharge, and they say it depends on how you use the battery. It is always obvious what is previewed considering the project, and if this battery is going to last long or not, and if it does not, we have to keep some money for 10th or 15th, so we can provide maintenance of some equipments relatively to how battery gets to the commercial scheme of deal. As I've mentioned, we can have projects of batteries. This is spoken in South Africa. It's a project of centralized batteries that is going to help stabilize the grid as a whole. Even isolated batteries or accumulated batteries of generation. When we have a deal, I'm talking about a classic PP or PV. Typically what we do is the return, which is going to be associated to the battery. This is included in the text, and it is also incorporated in the text, and this way we can recover what we have invested in the battery. This is not a consideration but a note that is obviously in the market. We have to stop here because there are many sliders, and for whoever who wants them, they can have more information from home. The other questions do with the prices and to have significantly reduced, and with the benefit of the batteries gathering costs, we can provide interesting solutions. I don't know what was the word in Portuguese, maybe affordable. That's why I'm very curious to see what's going to happen in Mozambique in the next time. We had Proler, I don't know if it is public or not, and if the number is known, but I hope. But important is that it will be important for Mozambique to offer solutions of PG with batteries that can reach, because these are the ones utility needs to grow financially sustainable. Thank you.
Well, we're going to have the last intervention
Vamos
from
ter a
Marcos,
última intervenção, que é do Marcos
which he will be participating remotely.
Online. Não sei se já está em linha.
I promise I will do it very quick, even less. I see we are already way beyond time, so let me quickly just run a few slides so we can foster our final panel discussion. I think most of you know us by now, the Get Invest technical assistance facility supported by the EU. We do pro bono work for private sector, match entrepreneurs with financiers. We work in on and off grid and e-mobility. Today, the focus is obviously on IPP. We do have a mandate as well to support and strengthen local capacity. So my point of view on this, on the event today on storage will be that the point of view of a developer financier from the private sector. So why are we talking about storage today? Obviously, we have heard today a lot of different technology options. This is, of course, the driver why storage has become affordable now. And there's, it's quite, I think I found it interesting also to hear about different things that not only batteries, but I think some of the participants made a point in mentioning that there's other technical solutions as well. The solar PV market development obviously has been a part of driving these costs down. However, I think it's important whenever we look at costs of batteries and we see these very great outlooks of something like near $100 per kilowatt hour by end of next year, that we have to put this into context as well. Because if you're calculating this for an IPP project, you're obviously not only talking about batteries, but also BMS, about converter, about the O&M part, and also the costs in Mozambique and the new market are substantially different to a large scale project in a mature market. So probably would have to put a factor 3 or to 4 if you're really calculating the costs here. I think that was also a point made by the SCATEC presentation today. Okay, very quickly also, I think it sounds like a little bit in an event like today that there's lots of projects out there that use storage, but I think the reality is that storage is still far from being a standard item in the IPP world. I actually was trying to find out like which projects were there that actually really have been implemented with storage in Africa, and there's actually not so many to look at that. And every project has a very different and specific economic rationale behind it. Just a name like a few here, like the Central African Republic, a Bangui plant that was fully funded by World Bank. So here we really needed storage as a grid stabilizer. We have storage in Senegal, where the economic sense was there because this is really an alternative to the natural gas plants that are otherwise in providing a baseload for the country. There was one project that we looked at in Namibia for a client to include storage. In the end, the decision was to go ahead without storage because it really could not be monetized within the project. We have heard today the presentation from the South African power pool. So we're also looking at supporting clients that are looking at the power pool. So this obviously is very interesting to include storage for developers here, because obviously if you can be recognized as a baseload, you could achieve much better spot prices here in the power pool. However, you do have to take into account, I think we heard that also in the presentation earlier today, that it is quite sophisticated. You need a trading infrastructure team as well. in your company in order to sell energy now. So you're really entering kind of like a different terrain to what it is like to sign a PPA and sell on a 25-year PPA. We have heard about the Kuamba project here. Storage made good sense here for different reasons that I heard. The shift of different times of the day was important here, also due to the distances between the load and supply. We are currently looking at one project as well. We are supporting a client and finding out whether storage would make sense technical and economically for this project. So I think it's important to see that the one thing is there might be a need for it to do it technically. Currently, it seems that there can be other cheaper solutions that could address technical issues, things like oversizing the peak capacity, things like other technical solutions. However, from an economic discussion point of view, it is obviously a nice to have storage, but that is a very different discussion, I'd say, to say it is needed in order to not destabilize the grid. So if I sum this up, like the point of view of the developer, what is the value add of storage for us? So it is still, let's not forget, storage is still very costly. It brings up the LCOE of the project. So there has to be a price paid for this recovered energy in one way or the other. If the objective is purely power smoothing and stabilizing, there might be other solutions like a StatCom, for example. However, if the utility really wants to peak shift, then this would need to be reflected, obviously, in the tariff structure of a PPA, or respectively, if the objective is to sell in the market, it would have to be reflected in the spot price. And last but not least, financing of storage is also something which is very, let's say, it's really very specific. So it's not like there's grant finance out there readily available for IPP projects. Grant finance is really, in my experience, very much targeting access to energy projects rather than the IPP world. That said, we have obviously helped the projects to get financing into their projects. Currently, we have received the 1,000th application now, actually last week, to our facility. So far, we have brought 49 projects to financial close, representing about 500 million euro of private investment. Let me show you again, quickly remind our web address where you can apply. And with this, I would like to hand over to Isabel, Joanna, to start the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to have possible clarifications in these three panelists. I don't know if we have some questions here in the room. Well, I think we can have some questions. Well, good evening, Armando Marte. I have a question for KPFW in relation to future announcements. I did not mention here the times. The question is, what is the time which these projects will be announced so that we may have time to prepare ourselves? We have the questions of Bloleri. There was not many announcements on this, so we need to know the timing so that the companies may have their time to prepare. Thank you. Another question for us to close. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Walter Antonio from Angolan delegation. I have a question directed to Dr. Julia, but to go straight forward to say that the same condolences in the same boundaries that Mozambique is in facing in relation to the Get Fit program, waiting for some opportunities so that we may move on with some renewable energies in Angola. Well, I'd like so that Dr. Julia could clarify more about the program she mentioned when she was speaking. I'd like to understand in more details in what the program consists, what could be the expansion for other countries in countries of Southern Africa in relation to specific projects. I could understand the terms that were presented. I'd like to understand if are there some demandings for Dr. Tiago in terms of eligibility to the funding. There were two items at the end which I understand that were not presented. Maybe because of the time, I'd like so that she may go further explaining these points in terms of eligibility when it comes to funding. The last question for all the panelists, I could also understand that in terms of public tenders, despite elements that are already there and they have reference, we understand that in the end they choose the companies that they present low tasks. We would like to understand what are the criteria presented for the rest. Thank you. The last one there for us to finish. She had a hand on. Good afternoon. I think it's still good afternoon. Here, Jacinto Sitoy, I'm consultant. I'm registered in INAMI.
Que na verdade é congênero da ARENA. INAMI é na Instituto Nacional de Minas, também do Ministério dos Recursos Minerais e
I think is the regulator when it comes to renewable energies. I understand that ARENA launch what we call public tender. Now that another launches another public tender from the mining ministry. Well, it's also there is also an opening so that the investor, if they want some resources, some mining resources, if the consultants can choose an area to invest, so ANAMI may have the requisites. So I would like to know if how to proceed to have access to these public tenders. Can I be allowed without waiting to the public tenders?
Muito obrigado. Penso que esta última questão caía bem para aquele painel do quadro regulatório. Portanto, acho que os
in
painelistas
terms
vão
of the
estar
last
condições de responder
question,
essa questão.
please,
Está
I
aqui,
wish
o pessoal
it could be well posed so
da área
that
deve
the
estar por aqui.
panelists may be
Se
able
calhar
to
depois no
answer.
intervalo
Please,
damos continuação
I
aqui, façam
ask so
questões
that we may
específicas.
present
Agora queria pedir
specific
aos
questions.
painelistas para, de forma sumária, reagirem às questões que foram
Panelists,
levantadas.
the floor is all yours.
Não. Ah, sim, agora.
Well, the last question
Houve uma questão sobre a
about
previsão,
the timing of the public
cronograma
tender,
dos
how it will be announced.
e como é que se vai comunicar.
Normally,
Normalmente comunica-se
we
através da
inform
imprensa,
in the newspaper.
na imprensa, mas acho interessante
Well, I find it interesting the point you brought that the company need more preparation.
e preparação. Então,
Well, I will take
vou
it with
levar
me.
isso comigo
For the next time, we
oferecer
will do our best to
pacote informativo mais
provide
abrangente e também
informing,
mais tempo, não é, para vocês prepararem.
will provide to inform better ways so that you may get to know about the public tenders.
Não só empresas internacionais.
Angola, get fit. In Angola, unfortunately, Angola is not part of the country's stakeholders. It's not
não está previsto
foreseen.
projeto em Angola.
You well asked.
Também perguntou sobre o Regional Liquidity
Well,
Support
that can be
Facility.
available to Angola because it's available for all the countries who are the members. I also think that Angola is in the process of becoming a member of ATI. Well, I think it will be available for the credit facility.
O que é que faz a Regional Liquidity Support Facility?
Offer a guarantee
Oferece uma
for
garantia
not
para não
paying
pagamento por parte do
for the off-takers.
off-taker. Então, se, por
If that
exemplo,
is the
no caso
case
de
of
Moçambique, a EDM não pode
Mozambique,
pagar durante meio ano
the task
as
is
tarifas, o IPP pode recorrer a essa
can
garantia
have those
do
guarantees for the payments of
digamos, de curto prazo.
short
Mas a
periods.
garantia
The guarantee
revolvida durante 15 anos. Então, se num certo
is
ano
of
não é
15
chamada
years.
garantia, pode ser chamada mais tarde, até um
Yeah,
período de
it's
15
enough
anos.
time.
Então, bastante tempo.
Well, commitment of the
O
government.
compromisso do Estado também houve
Well, I'm
pergunta
going
sobre
to
o compromisso do
clarify
Estado. O Estado aqui
this,
é o
talking
Project
about
Executing Agency, então o Estado é que vai
the state is the one responsible to hold public tenders.
vai
The state, the government is responsible for managing all the project from Get Fit.
papel central
So the
nesse
government has an important role in this
última
project.
pergunta
The last question was
se
if
vai no
there will
futuro
be in
o Estado de
future
Moçambique ou a AREN vai só
this
atribuir
project
este tipo de
for
projeto
the
através de
public tenders.
leilões.
I think the
Acho que a
idea
ideia
is
é
that
essa,
to be
nós ser mais
transparent
transparente e também
so that
conseguirmos
we may
ter
be more
preços
competitive.
mais competitíveis.
The
Então, a
idea
ideia é realmente
is
passar por
to go
negociações
through
diretas a
negotiation
leilões, mas
through
não sei
public
dizer
tenders.
se isso vai ser
I'm not sure
ou
if
se
there will
também
be
haverá
opportunities for
oportunidades
negotiation
de
in future, but
negociações.
I'm not sure.
Isso, na verdade, não sei.
Só um segundo.
Thank you. While we wait for the question.
Da RLSF.
I think I understand well. Julia explained that is an insurance company that can offer as a guarantee the MPPs in case of Angola Bear. There is no guarantee that given by MPL. We are Angolan government commitment. If this commitment is used, the obligation to pay it is not there.
O instrumento do ATI permite é imunizar o IPP, ok?
Well,
dessa situação e depois
the problem is transferred from the IPP to ITI. ITI has to establish an agreement to with the government.
Portanto, isso é aspecto fundamental para a
That's his responsibility from IPP in Africa.
Em que
well, always the government has to sign commitment with the users when that happens to be used. The assurance will we don't give guarantees. This is how the is organizing financially. Well, that's what I had to clarify. In relation to the question which was asked here in terms of timing, could not understand. I would ask for you to clarify well what you wanted to ask. We have to be comfortable, but in here, in relation to the batteries, we cannot say that the batteries will last 18 years. What I was saying, when we have batteries that were already used, batteries do not stay discharged for the long period. Well, depending on the use, from the experience I have, the battery will last less years, from 5 when the sun stops, we'll keep charging the battery. It allows that the battery works in the regime of 20 years. In relation to that, we need not to put money so that we may be able to change the battery. I think I answered. Well, thank you very much for clarification of the panelists. Maybe summarizing, taking the last thing which you said, the risk which is here is technological risk. The battery can last 30, 20 years. I believe along the time this will be clarified. While it was clear that the public tenders are the solutions, we need to better this in relation to the thing of communication, so that the companies may know well the project will take place, so that they may have enough time to prepare. There is a need to make it clear so that they may know when the things will take place. Well, I'd like to thank the presence of everyone who were here participating. to inform that all the interventions which were made here are available in the website of Valer. I would also like here some applauses for the panelists and the participants. Well, on my side, as organizer, I stop here. Thank you very much.
Muito boa noite. Estamos quase no
Good
final.
evening.
Agora vamos passar para a apresentação do
We
Ricardo
are
Pereira,
nearly
que é o
to
presidente da
end
Associação
with
Moçambicana de
this.
Energias
We're going
Renováveis.
to.
E eu não vou fazer uma intervenção, eu vou de
Well,
facto
I'm not going
agradecer.
to present.
E
I'm
queria
only
começar,
going
portanto,
to
eu
thank.
chamo Ricardo Pereira,
My
sou o
name is
presidente da
Pereira.
Associação
I'm the
Moçambicana de Energias
president of
Renováveis, AMER,
Association
que coorganiza
of
este
African
evento.
Energy, AMER, which
Tenho
organized
muita pena
this
de não poder
event.
estar aí, mas acima de tudo queria
Above all,
começar
I'd
por
like
agradecer a
to
vocês
thank everyone
que estão
who's
aqui.
here.
E acho que, apesar de não conseguir ouvir, eu acho que há uma salva de palmas para
Though you
todos
can't
vocês que
hear
ficaram
me,
até agora e nos
some
acompanharam.
applauses for
Porque, de
all who
facto,
stayed here and
até eu, que faço parte da organização, já estava a ficar cansado, porque
coping
foi um dia
with us.
longo, vamos ser sinceros.
Even
Mas acho
me,
que
I
foi um dia
was
produtivo.
getting
E eu vou, de
tired
facto,
because
encurtar
the day
o meu
was long.
discurso,
I'm going to
porque também acho
shorten
que a
my
Maíra, que
speech.
agora está aí, que hoje foi empossada como presidente da ALER, gostaria também de dizer umas palavras,
I
e então eu
will
vou ser mesmo
be
curto. Mas
short.
não podia deixar de
I
passar
couldn't
sem
leave this
agradecer, obviamente, ao
opportunity
governo
without
que esteve aqui
thanking
presente,
the
Mirem
government,
Aren,
which
a
was
empresa de
here
eletricidade de
present.
Moçambique. Muito
Miren,
obrigado.
Miren,
Não só porque estiveram disponíveis,
all
mas também pela
who
maneira
were
transparente como
available
responderam às perguntas e
and
às questões
the way
colocadas.
they
Eu acho que isto
answered
demonstra,
the
de facto,
questions which
como
were
nós, como
here
sociedade
made.
moçambicana, o que é que já
It
conseguimos
shows
evoluir.
that
E podemos discutir
we
estes assuntos que
Mozambican
importam
and
de
society,
maneira
we are
educativa.
organized.
Sei que houveram muitos estudantes presentes hoje e espero
We
que vocês
had
saibam o
here
quão
many
privilegiados vocês
students.
são.
I'd like to
Agradecer também às entidades
also thank
governamentais e aos nossos colegas angolanos por estarem
governmental
presentes
entity
e
which were
partilharem
here
estas
present,
partilhas entre os países irmãos que
Angolan,
somos.
for the
E um
sharing.
especial agradecimento à AZAER, porque
It
hoje
shows
celebramos, de facto,
our
uma grande parceria que de certa vai trazer benefícios
brothership.
Para os nossos associados. E
Uh,
não podia deixar de agradecer a União
and
Europeia,
also to
a cooperação
thank
alemã, o GIESEC e o
European
GET que tornaram
Union
isto possível.
for the support.
Eu iria agora fazer um
Well,
resumo
I
daquilo que
would
foi
like
dito hoje, mas acho que
to
isso vocês poderão e será
summarize
mais útil para
what
todos que
was
estão
said
aqui,
here,
se isso depois sair num
but
press release que será
that would
publicado tanto pela AMER e pela ALER e para todos vocês que
take
participaram
much
aqui.
time,
E iremos fazer, de facto,
but we're going
apanhado de tudo o que foi
to
dito.
take some
Por último,
catch-ups, which was all
queria
said
mesmo só
here.
dizer que nós estamos aqui a reunir algo bastante
Finally,
técnico
I'd like
e
to say
concreto para
that
o nosso
we
país.
are here
Mas não podemos esquecer
to
a importância da
enhance
nossa
our
discussão
country.
face à pressão global em que vivemos.
Well,
Hoje é dia
today is
25 de maio,
25th May,
dia da África.
African Day,
E o nosso
and our
continente, o nosso
continent,
país,
our
hoje sofre uma
African,
crise
goes
energética
through
porque
energetic
apenas
crisis
produzimos
because we
3,8% das emissões
produce
globais, mas já pagamos
13.8%
2% a
of.
9% do nosso PIB nos eventos climáticos. Tivemos aqui
Well,
hoje a Scatec e tivemos
we were
também os
here.
outros
We
colegas
had
a
here
falarem
some fellows
do
which we were
impacto dos
talking about
ciclones.
some cyclone
Então, queria
impacts.
dizer que o tempo de agir é
This
agora.
is the time to
As condições
act.
estão
All the
reunidas, a nível
conditions
regulamentar, a nível
are
financeiro e a nível
ready
técnico.
in the
Temos é que
levels
agir
of
para podermos ter
regulation.
acesso energético. Não podemos
We
falar de transição quando mais de
cannot talk about
60% da nossa
transition
população não
while
tem acesso. Nós
about
estamos aqui, a
50%
ALER
of
e a AMER, e
people do
vamos
not
continuar a
have
fazer o nosso
access
papel
of
de promover
energy.
este diálogo, de
We are
partilhar
led, we're
com
going
vocês todo o
to
nosso conhecimento.
continue here with
Sabemos que
our
podemos contar com o governo de Moçambique,
stakeholders
com o governo de
to
Angola e com os
keep
parceiros
talking
de
about
cooperação
this
e vamos
with
escalar esta montanha
our
juntos. Juntos
partner.
somos mais fortes. Muito
Together we are
obrigado a
strong.
todos
Thank
vocês.
you for
Maíra,
all of you.
a palavra é tua.
Meira, the word is yours. Well, I'm going to introduce myself. This is my second speech. My name is Mayra Pereira. I'm the most recent president of Renewable Energy. After many years, my many thanks. I'm not going to take place. Well, they told me that I had an hour, but we are about to get to an end. First of all, I will extend my thanks, as Ricardo said, to the government of Mozambique, REN, at the end. Many thanks for the support you have been giving us, our partners, European Union, German, for the help that they give us, and they help us organize this event. And everyone who is here, well, without you, we wouldn't make it. As Ricardo said, without you, we couldn't have been able to make it. The invitation that we give you, we urge you to join us. We need you to make it happen. Well, talking about my colleague here, Isabel, one of the plates that I make here, access the web from alert, register yourself, please. I have so many things that I took notes here that I'm not going to highlight all these things. Well, what we're doing here is the same as what we're talking about, what was discussed in Paris, the Agreement of Paris. This is a way to reach the progress that we're looking for. I can't mention here some words which were said by Graça Machel. We need to increase the voices, we need to increase the participation of women. I need to thank our fellows from Azaer and invite all of you for the conference of Angolan Renewable Resources from Angola, which will take place on 5th, 6th of June. The last sentence, I'm going to close my speech talking about African Day, to remind that Africa are not only people who live in Africa, are all that who have Africa in them. Thank you very much.